Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wait a minute. Oh, hey everybody. Let me switch screens here. Sorry about that. Hey, good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? As you can see, we've got something really kind of big, massive, and huge sitting on the bench. This is the RatRig VCore 4 that we're working on. And believe it or not, this is the 300 size. This is the smallest of the three units. And literally the feet are sitting on each side of my, the metal side of my bench. So this is definitely big, and I now get and see where they say you can put up to like 4 spools of filament on the inside while you're printing. So that's going to be a fun and interesting thing to look at as we get done here. Hey, Techno Slide, how's it going? Yeah, this is my Zombie Hedgehog shirt, and I was a couple of minutes late to get started because I was having an existential crisis, meaning I didn't have any coffee made yet. So this is one of my 3D print SOS mugs that has all of the, not all of them, but a good smattering of hot ends. So we like to support everybody in the community, and that includes Zombie Hedgehog, 3D Print SOS, Steve Builds, Nero, you name it, I'm probably following them, or at least checking them out. Yeah, it's coming together so far. She is a chunky beast. So this is 30-30 framing, and you might not be able to tell. Yeah, there's one right here. This uses a unique connector system. It feels a lot, excuse me, like an IKEA thing, where you have the cam, you put a bolt in, and then you lock the cam. Something sort of similar. You've got a cylinder with a hole in it and a set screw that has a very sharp point to it. And as you put in the pen, which has the T-nut at the end of it, it lines up that there's a groove in that pen. And so once you get them lined up, you can turn down the set screw, and the V-shaped point of the set screw will pull the pen in tight. And it's a really neat system, and it works really, really well, and has made this a really strong structure. Very unique and very interesting. And each one of those T-pens has an O-ring that even makes that fit even better. Hey, Tugboat, welcome on in, and thank you for the 6 months of subscription. You're in month 4 of the 6 months, so welcome on in, Tugboat. Chaudel, welcome on in. Okay. Yeah, I would not suggest the Adaptiva Ender XY kit unless you do the triple lead screw. And the last time I looked, the triple lead screw mod was an addition to the base kit. Hopefully they have solved that and made it all one. My Ender XY is sitting right down here, and I've got the parts printed to do the triple lead screw conversion. I just need to get it up on the bench and do it. That might be one of the smaller projects. It was your first printer build? Nice. Nice. And people have asked me about the Ender NG build? I don't know. Maybe. I may do the triple lead screw on the Ender XY, check it out, and then possibly tear it down and rebuild it as an Ender NG. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. So yeah, couple of new things here on the stream. If you were here on the last couple of streams, you'll see we've now added an Elugu flex arm system with a overhead camera. So we will have both the side view here, the standard view, which you get like a nice big bar across my face. And we also now have an overhead camera view that we'll be working off of. And we'll probably be doing some of this today with working on the Z-axis and then the gantries up here. It'll probably make more sense to use this camera up here. I'm still trying to figure out, like, yeah, there we go. I've got another kit that'll bring it one more section out, which will be a little bit better because right now I'm having to shoot it at a little bit of an angle. Yeah, and see, that's the nice thing about, things like anything that uses an ender as a base build, right? You could go on Amazon, or not Amazon, eBay, and get very cheap enders that are being sold as, 4 parts only. And normally it's just a couple of things missing that are like worthless anyhow because you can print like a spool holder or something like that. I've gotten several that way. And then you can do things like an ender wire conversion, which would be a little more expensive, or a bug boo. There's a version of a rook out there that you can do with an ender. You can do the belt printer. You can do the Core X. There's several Core XYs that are reusing a lot of the ender parts. So it's a good way to get in and do your first build, and do it relatively cheap, right? So that's pretty neat way to get started. But as we talk about getting started, let's go ahead and bring up the browser window, and we'll go ahead and start getting started here on the RatRig build. So where we left off, we got the main frame built. We got our bottom panels in, and this is steel, by the way. This looks, I have no idea what the gauge is, but it looks like it's about an 1/8 inch of steel plate here at the bottom. It's done in 2 sections because this piece slides in and goes down. This piece has to kick at an angle and go down because of the gap here in the front. And then we mount our motors using pillow blocks into the base itself. And then we got our rigid couplers installed on some thrust washers or thrust bearings. And we got our Z-rods installed. And that's kind of where we left off. So now what we're going to start doing is working on building out the actual bed mounts or the bed rails that it rides on. And like I said, these are really nice parts. These are all printed in ABS. We've got the 4 on it for the VCore 4. We've got the RatRig logo on it. And the heat sets were all pre-installed on these. And so far, the print qualities on these have been very spot on. They obviously used a textured plate, but the print quality has been really spot on these. Really nice. Hey, good morning, Pezliz. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, I had an Ender 3, like an OG Ender 3 that is now over at Evil Diesel's house that was heavily modified, but still worked beautifully. It printed all the original parts for my Vorons and stuff. So that was really cool. But it still continues, and Evil Diesel has some of my printers that have well over like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 hours on them. Welcome on in, Killer Dragon. Welcome on in. Love the name. Hey, Shaudel. Good morning. Ram Online. Good morning. Good morning. So yeah, the goal for today is to finish out building the Z, and then we'll come up here and start working on installing the gantry rails, which means, hey Pez, a little bit later we'll be getting into some lube. So I just wanted to make sure because you missed it not yesterday, Thursday, when we did these chonky rails. By the way, the rails on the Z drive here are HG15. These things are massive, and they actually have a Zerk fitting on the carriages. And so when we installed them, I made sure that the Zerk fittings were all facing up so that if I ever wanted to pop these out and add more grease, or pop these out and put a true Zerk fitting on them, I could. So yeah. Okay. So I got in, or came up here last night and got out kind of everything I'm going to need for the next couple of steps, and it's laid out here on the base of the printer right now. So we're going to be using our 3 arms. We've got some, what is this, M4 by 100 and M4 60s. These are going to get screwed all the way in these parts and provide a lot more rigidity. They're actually the mount screws, but the 100 is going to go all the way here. The 60s are going to go all the way here, and just provide some more structural rigidity to these parts. We've got our Oldham couplers. We've got our palm nuts, the mounts for the kinematic system. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at. So let's go ahead and get started again. Bring the manual back up here for everybody. So we're going to start, and it tells us just to do 2. At this point, I'm just going to do all 3 just because I have them out. It'll tell us to do the left and right fronts first and then do the rear. But we're going to pull out the bi-material decoupler. Okay. This is nothing more than an Oldham coupler, right? This can go one direction. The bottom piece can go another direction. Bi-material because it's palm in the middle and then brass nuts on each side. Okay. And we're going to have 3 of these, 1 for each axis. Nice emotes, everybody. Nice emotes. So I will tell you, I have been impressed with this kit so far. It's been very complete. It does come with ABS printed parts. So if you're putting this in an enclosure, you don't have to go through and reprint all the parts in a more heat resistant material, which is always nice. So we've got our 3 Oldham couplers here, and these are going to be the lead screw palm nuts. And we're going to use some M3 by 8 cap head screws to mount these. Right, I can get the bag open. Go. So these are just going to slip right inside these. Even though these Oldham couplers look like they're actual T-nuts or lead screw nuts, they're not. They're smooth bore on the inside. Hence why we need the palm nuts here. Yeah, tell me about it, Liz. I was having an existential crisis this morning when I realized I didn't have coffee made before I got the stream started. And we'll just say, dang, where did that go? Oh. Miss Dragon is kind of running slow today. So she'll be bringing us, we'll say midstream Dunkin' run. Hey, Ben Wilkes, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're just getting our palm lead screw nuts attached to our Oldham coupler, aka bimetallic couplers, or bimaterial couplers. They're not bimetallic. It's brass on the moving axis and a palm nut in the middle, or palm material in the middle, which helps it glide. So what this does is it decouples any wobble that you'll have in your Z-axis lead screws by allowing these to move, right? And I just realized I put these on wrong. They're not supposed to go in, otherwise you block the movement, they stick out. Me not paying attention and not having much coffee yet. Well, and that's the nice thing is Mrs. Dragon gets up and gets coffee. It's pretty interesting if anybody tracks her, like you know how your insurance companies have the tracking apps and stuff to see how you drive and whether you're a safe driver and whatnot. It would be like, wow, 3 days a week, Tuesday and Thursday evenings and Saturday mornings, she makes a run through the local Starbucks and then Dunkin'. Because she'll go and grab a Starbucks for herself and then Dunkin' for me. And meanwhile, I do have a cup of coffee here. Don't think that I don't. And this is Black Rifle Coffee Company Freedom Roast. So I love Black Rifle Coffee Company as well. They're a veteran-owned company, and I am a retired Air Force veteran. So I like supporting other vet-owned companies, and they give back to first responders and our military members that are downrange. So every time you buy coffee through a subscription with them, they do send coffee downrange and to our first responders. So I think that's pretty cool. I have way too many follows on my Twitch. I can never keep up with who goes live. I need a Discord bot for community peeps to notify. Yeah, well, and that's what I'm using. I'm using the Me6 bot, and I've set up for several other streamers. So one, it does it when I go live, but I also have like Pezliz and Zombie and Westery and Royal Nomi and Shenanigans and a whole bunch of others. So whenever anybody goes live, that I've got set up, it'll route through my server as well and notify anybody that's on my server. And Pezliz tends to throw some others up on mine every now and then as well, which is a good reminder because I'll go out there and check and go, oh, I need to add so-and-so to my B-bot. Okay, so those three are set and ready to go. I'm going to put my extra M3x8s in here. And it does want us to go ahead and install them with some more M3x8 cap screws. And I've only got 2 left. So I'll have to double check. Do we use a different size on the other one? Interesting. We'll have to take a look at that. Either I've got some more M3x8 somewhere else, or yeah, something. So we have two of these are the exact same size. And the way this is going in is our palm nut is out the bottom. So this side goes in the top. And we're going to put it in and rotate it around and line it up with the holes in the top. And then we'll run a couple more of our M3x8 cap head screws in here. Yeah, and you share on Maker Deck in chat. Yep. And I tend to go out and pop go lives in various other servers as well. One of them being Polymaker. So there we go. There's a little bit of movement. I don't know if I can get this to show up on the camera. There's a little bit of movement in multiple directions here. So not a lot, but it does give us a little bit of movement. So I need to figure out if I've got another set of M3x8 screws in here. I'm feeling I'll need those eventually. That screw. Interesting. So there's M3x8s as well. The ones I were using were an M3x8 BT. Which honestly appeared to have whatchamacallit, thread locker already on it. So I'm not sure what's up. They are the exact same thing. They're M3x8s. So we'll just go ahead. I'm not going to swap those out. We'll just leave those the way they are. And if I see something that calls for an M3x8 BT, then I'll grab, I'll put some thread locker on them. I say that, and then I have second thoughts and just say, what the hell. All right, come on. You're going to do it right, right? Hey, good morning, Shrimp Father. Welcome on in. Timor, hello, hello. Good morning, Glendon. So what I'm doing is apparently there was a M3x8 and then an M3x8 BT in the kit. And I just saw M3x8 and went with it. And what it was the BT ones, which apparently had some blue thread locker on it already. So we're going to swap those back out, and we'll probably use those wherever it actually calls for the BT ones. But so far, I have been very impressed with this kit. It's definitely a beefy printer. When I saw it at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, I was duly impressed with its build quality. And seeing as this is a kit that got shipped directly to me from RatRig, the full disclosure, this is a partially sponsored build by Fabrico. And what I mean by partially sponsored is just I did not pay full price, right? So we did work out a common agreement on getting me one of these for the channel. Not under any contract to say any particular thing about this, but I will tell you that it was shipped via DHL from Spain, or I'm sorry, from Portugal. And it got here in 3 days. Came in 6 boxes. I got an enclosure kit, which came separately from Mandala Rose Works. And I haven't looked at that. It's still in a box downstairs. Everything that you see here is the standard kit that you would get if you buy from Fabrico. This is, like nothing special. I did get the hybrid motor kit as well. So we will have the extra motors on here for the Y-axis, which just provides you more torque, more holding power. Everybody says, oh, well, that means you're going to be able to go faster. True. Core XY is a fast motion system to start with, but I didn't get that just to go faster. I got that because it should enable better precision and more consistency. And of course, then the next upgrade from that, somewhere down the road, is going to be an IDEX. So there's 3 flavors to the RatRig VCore 4, and that's standard, Core XY, a hybrid, which adds an additional 2 motors for the Y-axis, and then there's an IDEX version. I don't think you have to have the hybrid to get the IDEX. I think it's just, you can have the Core XY with an IDEX, but eventually I'm probably going to do the IDEX as well. They have alluded to an MMU being designed for the VCore, or actually the RatRig ecosystem. So there will be the ability to mount a MMU inside the printer and have your 4 spools inside the printer, which makes it easier if you're printing things like nylon, because you dry it, you put it in the printer, and as you're printing, you have a sealed heated chamber that you can work from. So the Shrimp Father, this is the 300 size. So this is the smallest of the 3 sizes. There's a 300, a 400, and a 500. And like I said, there's enough space in here that you could put a chamber heater, an air filtration system, a static skirt air system, and 4 rolls of filament. Exactly. Well, depending on the filament, you'd want to dry it ahead of time, but then you can keep it in the printer while you're printing, and it's going to go ahead and keep that dry and we'll say preheated, because there's some filaments that really do like to have warmth in them. So, having your material preheated will help some. And when I print with like my nylon or my PCCF, like I did for the black box, I printed that out of a dryer and had the dryer going. Like I dried it overnight and then had the dryer going while I was printing. So that just seemed to work out really well. Okay, so I went ahead and did all 3 of these at the same time. Next thing up, we're going to install the palm arm insert. And this is basically their kinematic system. So what's going to happen is the 3 corners of the bed are going to have a ball on them, right? A ball on them. And that ball is going to sit in this cup. and have the ability to rotate around. So that's how they do their kinematic system. So here we're going to have these go in, and they're going to be done in a specific manner. So we have one arm here, and it goes like this. So we'll set this down in there. Pretty sure there's no keying in there. Yeah, just a tight fit. Anyhow, we're going to need our M6x12 cap head screws. This comes up from the bottom. And the M6s use an M5 or a 5mm driver. And I really need to get this popped down in there. There we go. Or an edge or something there. I still feel like I'm not getting, there we go. There we go. So that's what we're looking at right there. It's put down in there pretty far. So one done. One goes one way, the other one needs to go in the other direction. So one goes this way, which means the other one needs to go this way as far as the gap. Hold this up in a second and hopefully it'll make more sense. So these are going to be going in opposite directions, in this case pointing towards the inside. Take care not to over tighten those screws as it could damage the printed part or snap that palm insert. And we got them tight, but we didn't crank down on them. Now continuing to work on our front arms, we're going to put in the M4 by 40 and M4 by 60. M4 by 60 and then the M4 by 100s. The 60s come down here at the bottom. And like I said, these are going all the way through to the end here. They're coming out the end. So I'm not going to run them all the way through. Just going to try and get them, say, preloaded. La da 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 da. I think on the On the rest of these, I'm going to grab my M4 reamer and ream some of this out to make sure it's an M4 size. Because there's really no reason on a shoulder bolt to go through here and screw this all the way into the plastic. And interesting that these don't go all the way through. The 60s go all the way through, but the 100s aren't. I'm just trying to figure out, because there's no other way for these to mount. I don't know. Follow the guide. We'll follow the guide. Oh, yeah, that would be why, because I put 60s in both sides. Because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, 60s aren't going to be long enough to get through the top. It will go through the bottom, just not through the top. I'm an idiot. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. What's worse than having to screw this all the way in is having to unscrew it all the way. Okay. So there's that. And like I said, I am going to utilize my reamer to ream those other holes out to 4mm, because this is a compression. There is no reason to have to go through and screw a 100mm screw all the way through plastic. It's not going to do anything to hold it. I'm just going to come in here with my 4mm reamer, clean out what I can. And I'm obviously not getting all the way through here one direction, so I'm having to go through both ends. And this is a good thing to do anytime you have really long through holes. And as long as they're designed as through holes. Now these should just push relatively through everything. Yep. Still a little bit tight, but that's the shoulder portion. The shoulder portion of these is a little bit thicker than the screw portion or the threaded portion. So that's why you'll see they'll still be a little bit tight, but you should hopefully see that screws come all the way through on these. And that's what's going to be used to mount them on the rails. Okay. Now next up, we're going to have the front arm assembly. The palm insert groove must be aligned as shown. I'll have to pop that up so that looks like it is pointing inward. So this one, we want to make sure that the groove is pointing towards the inside, which is what it is. We're going to get this sitting on our lead screw, and then we're just going to turn the lead screw to pull it down onto the lead screw. And then we can bring our carriage up, get things lined up, and then we'll screw our carriage down. And of course, let me jump over here and see if we can get a side view of what I'm doing, because I don't want to have to bring it all the way down here so you can see it from up there. So we brought our bed mount down just by turning our lead screw. Now we've got everything lined up, and we're just going to get our screws started. And trying to make sure, of course, that we don't bind this up as we've got all of our screws starting. So we're going a little bit of each screw. Okay. Things moving just fine. Now we need to come through and do the same thing on the other side here. Get this sitting up here, and we're just going to turn our screw to engage the nut and pull it down. There's a screw now. carriage up to line it up and get our screws started. So how's everybody doing on this Saturday morning? Anybody working on anything today or have a project planned for the day? Or are we all just kind of still sleeping? Printing multi-board tiles, nice. All right, so that one's in there very nicely. Once again, both of these are angled so they're pointing towards the center. That's very critical. Yeah, once again, it's talking about the palm grooves should be pointing towards the inside. Now we're going to do our last one. We've already got our palm nut put together and in here. Two there, two there. And we need to then put on this piece at the side. This piece here on the side is the cable holder. So this is going to hold the bed cables once we get the bed mounted on here. Oh, nice. Which heat press are you doing, Shrimp Father? No projects for the day, Glendon? I get that. I get that. Okay, so that's on there nice and tight now. Gonna add a nice robust piece there. Now let's go ahead and get our bolts preloaded. And to do that, I am going to go ahead and ream these out. Sure, make it as easy as possible on myself. So our M4 by 100s go in the top. And the M4 by 60s go in the bottom. And we'll get this lined on there and Turn it down. Oh, that's pretty cool, Rodney Mac. That's pretty cool. Doing a Christmas train. Very nice. A custom dryer box heater design, maybe prototype testing without burning down the house. Well, yeah, that'll be nice, Timor. I do have the one that I was looking at. It's a 12 volt. It's going to be put in one of the Vorons, but I did order the parts to do the heater for an X1C that Ember Prototypes did a video on. So I will be adding one of those because I do have some polycarbonate I want to work with on a future build. So, and I will need, you know, it's straight polycarbonate, not a PCCF. So JC Flux's remix of Bagoons on printables. Okay, so that's interesting. Got the motors and all to finish. Yeah, that's true, Timor. That's true. You gotta make it economical. Oh, and I didn't do the front piece here, which needs to be straight out towards me, which may be fun because now I need to get this down in there, and I pressed it in on all the others. I need something solid and flat I can press with. By the way, these are just the rail alignment jigs that I'm holding in there. We need an M5 by 16 to come up from the bottom and hold that palm piece in place. Okay, so there we go. 4 screws went in, went on there, got locked down. Yep. Okay, now we've got the top piece to do, or the top piece. These are the constraints for our lead screws that are going to hold the lead screws in line vertically. We're going to use 1 left and 2 right. So I've got 2 rights and a left, and these are marked with a printed letter on them. There's the left and the rights. Okay, so we got our left and our right. We're going to need some M6 by 12. We're going to need 2 of these for each, so we'll need 6. We'll need drop-in T-nuts. And some 688Z ball bearings. Ball bearings, or not ball bearings, but bearings. Flange bearings. Fives. F688ZZ. Yes. Got our 3 bearings. Okay. Part 1. Insert the bearing into the bearing printed part. Okay, that doesn't make language, but we're going to take our printed part here. I'm going to set it down on the base. I'm going to take this flange bearing and press it in with the flange on the top. Pretty tight fit. Go slow. Make sure that you don't crack your ABS part, but flange inserted all the way so it's nice and flush on the printed part. It's going to be flush at the bottom here. And I'm going to go ahead and do this for all 3. Make sure you look at the orientation because I think I just put that one in on the wrong side. Well, I don't know if you can crack an ABS fart, but you can definitely crack an ABS part. I did put this in on the wrong side. It probably won't matter because I don't think this is going to come out too easily. I don't think it's going to matter as far as trying to press this back out and put it on the other side. Whoop, there we go. It came out fairly easily and goes back in fairly easily, nicely. Okay, so once again, we need the arm down and the flange to come in from the top there. How's it going, Free Heathen? I print a lot of ABS ASA for these printer parts. You don't want to use nylon for your printer parts because you'll get some heat creep, right? You will get creep in printed parts in nylon. I haven't tried like a glass filled or carbon filled nylon for printed parts, but I do know that I think it was CNC Kitchen that did one of his Vorons in nylon and had a creep issue and had to replace it all with ABS or ASA. I also don't know if he annealed the parts. So, yeah. So this is telling me to start off with one of the constraints. We'll do this one. This is a right part. And we're going to put in the flange bearing, which is what we did. And then we're going to preload 2 of our M6 by 12s and the associated T-nuts here. Hammerhead T-nuts. What do you think of milled parts? I love them. This printer uses a lot of them. So the motor mounts plates that we have here right now are metal, and the printed parts that will be added to them are cosmetic. So using a milled metal parts is always better. Like the Milo mill, if you're doing a self source, you can start with 3D printed plates, right, for your XY joiners and everything. And then one of the first things that you would do would be to use your Milo with the printed plates to mill the metal plates and then tear it down and rebuild. Is the Milo built? Yes, the Milo is built. We see, yeah, this is Milo sitting right here. So I got the 2.2 kilowatt spindle, and the VFD is a 17.5 amp VFD, and I only have 15 amp circuits in the main house right here, other than of course like the dryer circuit. So I have to take it out to the shed where I have 20 amp circuits, or get 20 amp circuits dropped in here. And I still haven't talked to got an electrician to call me back to see what we can do about getting. Okay, I've got my 3 constraints done. We're going to start with the right lead screw assembly, position the constraint, rotate, blah, blah, blah. Sorry for heathen. So this is going to go down on there. Using a right one or a left one? Right, right, left. Yeah, left won't work. Left has to go over here. Right goes. Get this on there, and then this is going to loop around, and it gets attached right underneath our bump stop piece. So this piece right here is a cap that prevents our carriage from coming off. And this piece is going to go down on our rod and then come around underneath this piece and go in. So I'm going to have to drop my carriages down some more so I can get the necessary clearance there. Clearance. Yeah, so I need to get a 20 amp circuit dropped in, and what I'm going to do is when I have them out here, I want to have 2 circuits dropped in this room, and well, at least 1 circuit with 2 sets of outlets dropped in this room, preferably 2 different circuits, 2 different 20 amp circuits up here, and 1 downstairs in the garage. And then that way I'll have enough runs that I don't have to worry about power, because I can move all the printers to a separate circuit and not have to worry about dropping my computers or the streaming setup or anything like that. So for those of you, we do now have an overhead view. I've not been running it just because I right now I don't think you get to see too much of what's going on with this particular view. But we do have our overhead view set up, and we are using the Elgato. Whoops. Wanted. We're using an Elgato flex arm system coming off the horizontal cross member that's holding my 2 monitors up. So I've got another rod to extend this out so it'll be more centered over the workbench. And then the other thing that I got during Amazon Prime Days Give me 1 second to screw this in. And the other thing we got was a real true to life stream deck. The one that I self-made, I've got taken off, and we've got the Elgato Stream Deck sitting here now. So I just started programming that last night. So I still have, there's still a lot more I can do. Let's put it that way. These are all in line. That one comes here, flips over, get 1, 2, 3 in line. Yep. The one in the back. Great. So it doesn't show the one in. Okay. So the one in the back goes the same way. We're gonna slide it down here. Gonna rotate this way. Same type of thing. We're gonna have that stack going. That not lining up. Go on the other side. Yeah, it's dropped down. I guess I'm trying to tell from this if it. Yeah, I did install those. Me trying to read and not read. Me trying to build and read the chat at the same time. Apparently, but yeah, I prefer the metal mounts, though, free heathen, just because it adds to the rigidity. You've been told you're a distraction. Well, that you are. That you are. These two need to get swapped over to the opposite side. Yeah, so these lights, Liz, they're Logitech lights. They are Logitech. Okay. That's why you always keep magnets by your desk. So these are little Logitech ones. They're just USB. They are plugged into a USB hub that goes into my computer, so I can actually manage them through a Logitech app on the computer. And then the other thing that is, I'll say, starting to get set up, but I still have to get the Lumia Stream stuff up is, as you all know, we've got our lights on behind us. Well, we've also added we also got some studio lighting. So I gotta get Lumia Stream set up. So my overhead lighting is currently some, what are they, Casa RGB lights. So I will be able to start playing with some lights soon and give you guys some redeems to play with the lights. So I'm flipping these around to the correct side. And that's doing two things. One, it is putting the flanges for my bearings on the top so there's no way they can fall out. And then two, this pretty much lines it up right at the top of the screw when it's properly installed, which is why I was getting a little confused trying to figure out why we're losing so much vertical. So yeah, I've had these for quite a while. The Logitech lights up front. I've had those for quite a while. The back over here. I'm thinking about adding a ring light up here. The problem is it's going to add, I think, too much light down here, especially when I've got the stone up here. It'll really reflect. I think we'll have an issue there. Okay, so we've got that installed, starting to look like a VCore 4. Yes, yes, yes. So now, next up is going to be the linear rails. And these are going to be the linear rails for the X and Y, or the Y axis up here. So let me, where are we at? Let me bring this camera view up, because we're going to be working right up here as soon as we get these rails out. So let me clean up some of my drivers real fast. And we'll get out our other set of rails. Things are saran wrapped together, and it's like trying to find the end so you can get the saran wrap off. Is a pain. Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm worried about is the power draw, because I've already popped this circuit numerous times just running a couple of printers. So I don't want to continue to pop the breaker, and really, because I'm taking down Raspberry Pis and stuff in a not nice fashion when that happens. So, I'm trying to be cognizant of that. And I think getting a higher amperage circuit in here will definitely help with that and help prevent me from damaging my sensitive electronics. Yay. So these are the two Y rails, and then we'll also have a X rail. And it's interesting because the Y rails have one carriage on them. The X rail actually comes with dual carriages on it. I think we'll only need one, but it's got the second carriage if you're going to do IDEX. So that's kind of cool that they've got I'll say the pre-planning there for you. Let me get this out of the way. Trying to get things moved around so I can get ready to break out the lube and lube some stuff, and I'm going to do it right on top of the printer here because I don't want to move the printer. It's kind of a chunky beast, and it's not even put all together yet. It doesn't have the electronics or anything like that. So I think Edge of 3D, when he was on here yesterday, said that the one that he brought back from Rocky Mountain, because they shipped a fully assembled one over, and they weren't going to pay to ship it back. So they basically were shipping it around to various content creators in the States. And that one was a 300 size, which is what this is. And I believe he said it was 88 pounds. So why no IDEX? No IDEX because the IDEX kit is not available yet. That's why no IDEX. So what we're doing is the base kit, which is Core XY. I do have the hybrid motor mod, which will add second set of motors on the Y-axis. And the reason they only do that instead of what we refer to as an all-wheel drive, which would be 4 motors for the XY, or 4 motors for the X and Y for the Core XY, is because the X-axis is just moving the tool heads, right? It's not as much weight where the Y-axis is having to move the tool heads, the gantry, and everything else. And as you start getting bigger sizes, the weight of that gantry gets heavier and heavier, because these aren't moving, but we have to move the entire gantry system. So that's why we got the hybrid motors. Okay, so as noted on the last stream, these are, you just saw me wipe them down. They are very much pre-oiled, is what I'll refer to it as. There is a lot of oil on these suckers from the factory, and that is due to the fact that, for the most part, they're coming from overseas, right? So they want to make sure that they're nice and protected. So what I'm going to do is pop these stops off, and I'm going to flip this over, pull it halfway off, and we're going to pack some EP2 in here. This is Mobilux EP2. I get them in the syringes, but I do have a full tube of it over there. And I'm just going to make sure that we've got plenty of lubrication in these rails. These are sliding really nice as it is. But I do want to make sure that we've got plenty in here. I don't know about these ones, but like I said, the big, the HG15s on the Z-axis do have working grease zerks on them. Well, they don't have the zerk fittings, but they've got the zerk points. Like right now, you'd be able to unscrew these and fill directly down into them, but you can add the actual angled zerks so that you could just do a grease gun quick connect and squirt your grease in that way so that you can grease those without having to take that axis apart. And these are beautiful rails. They're not marked, but man, these things are beautiful. They are definitely definitely moving nice and freely. All I'm doing is putting a bead of the Mobilux on the ball bearings, and then I'm using my finger to squish it through the bearings and into the raceway. And then we'll slowly move the carriage back on the rail so that we don't lose any ball bearings. And if we do, it should get caught in grease at the end. And then we're going to run it through the motion to make sure that those bearings are getting run through the internal raceways and distribute that EP2 grease. And then we'll come in from the other direction and do the same thing. And this will ensure that we get a good grease coverage within the raceways. And the grease is going to hold up better to the motion system as well as the heat because this is going to be enclosed. So it will hold up to the heat and the motion system better than like a light shipping oil will. Ooh, almost let that one out. That was almost a bad thing. So those two are greased up. Got light oil all over my hands, so may have to run downstairs a little bit later on and get that stuff cleaned up. Hey, TechnoSlide, thank you for doing the Bang KB3D. If you do a Bang V Core 4, all one string, no punctuation, that will bring up the V Core 4 page. So you can get more information on this printer and the price and cost and so forth. And Fabrico is the, no, V-Core 4, not V4. Got that out. We've got those ready. Now we want to do 16 M3 by 12 cap screws. M3 roll or M3 hammerhead T-nuts. Four by 16. Where's the M3 by 12s? Your dyslexia shot. Yeah, I get it. Okay, and 16. Looks like we're going to be doing every other one here. Remove the plastic stops installed at the ends of the linear rail. Do not allow the linear rail carriage to leave the end of the rail. That would be bad. Insert M3 by 12 screws in every other hole in the linear rail. Here we go. So every other hole. No, this is the 300 size. But that's the thing, is they have created these in such a way that you can go to IDEX without having to change frame size or anything like that. Right? So there's room on the sides to be able to park ahead on each side in an IDEX configuration. Exactly, free heathen. So 3 by 12s. That's the nice thing here, is they've really thought ahead. You can start off with the base model standard Core XY. You can add the hybrid motor kit without having to disassemble a lot, because it's additional belt routings. It's not, you're not having to change the original Core XY belt routings. And then if you want to go to IDEX, it's just simply adding a couple of other parts. So it actually is a pretty interesting system that allows you to upgrade as you feel the need to. And when you look at the price of the kit, know that this is a full kit. And what do I mean by that? I mean, it's got your controller board. It's got your driver boards. It's got your Rapido 2 hot end and the Orbiter 2 extruder, right? So all that stuff is already in the price. It's already there. And I want to say it did mention a Raspberry Pi 4 in the bomb loadout, but I didn't necessarily notice one in there. So yeah, so you will have an IDEX capability down the road, and they are alluding, if you go to that RatRig page, they are alluding to an MMU. I don't know if they're planning on just integrating with an existing MMU or if they're going to come out with their own. But right now, I am just going to set this up here to get it out of the way, maybe. So either I should have more T-nuts or, or I shouldn't, and I should pay attention to what I'm doing because something did look off there. These are the 2020 T-nuts. Obviously, they're going to go on the X-gantry because that is the only 2020 we have on this printer. Means I need to dig through there again and find the 3030 M3 hammerhead T-nuts. Darn it. M4. 3030 M3. There we go. That's the one we want. Now we need to swap these out. And in this case, we'll just say size does matter. Yeah, it's the frame on this is definitely oversized. So this is a 300, I believe 300 build volume. So it's very similar to a Voron 300 size build volume. But once again, the actual external dimensions of the printer frame, this is going to be a lot bigger. And where the Vorons put their electronics at the bottom, this is going to have a backpack electronics setup. So which is nice because it's relatively easy. All you have to do is spin the printer around and you can get to all of your electronics. And I am not planning on converting this to a side pack like I did with the K3. Okay, so you will see that we went every other hole, but at one end we're going to have a gap for two. It does look like they are showing that gap um, being towards the back versus making that gap in the middle. So normally what I would do would be to start from the front and the middle, and where I had that gap in the middle, I would add additional um, hold downs to that middle section. But I'm going to try and follow the guideline here. And really having that gap at the back, you've got a little bit more structural rigidity in the back, and that's more of, I'll say, not critical to the print, if that makes sense. Because back here is where your motor is going to be and stuff, so everything's going to be a little bit tighter back there. But yeah, so this has definitely been the year for multicolor, multi-material on the channel. We got a couple of bamboo X1Cs, and we've been doing a lot of multicolor printing on those, either from our maker coins and the Rook build for us in Tugboat. We've also been doing multicolor on the Prusa Mark IV with the MMU3, and that has been awesome. I did have a couple of fails recently, but it had nothing to do with the MMU and everything to do with, 3 power blips in a row. So the Prusa Mark IV and the bamboos can recover from a power loss, even with a, even on a multicolor print. What they can't do is recover from 3 quick successive power losses, just because it's already lost it and wiped it from memory when it started to boot back up after the first power loss. So, yeah, that's nothing against the Mark IV, or even if it was the bamboo. Yeah, that's just power, right? So my bamboos right now are on a backup power supply, but I don't have one on the Mark IV at the moment. Okay, this one we're going to sit up here once again to get it out of the way, with that extra gap in the back. Ease up, and then we'll try and clean off my hands a little bit because they are super greasy. Do as I say, not as I do. Do not do this at home. And by this, I mean wash your hands down with isopropyl alcohol. Kind of dries the skin out, among other things, I'm sure. But it's also going to help degrease me a little bit. So, but yeah, we've got the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder that's up on, or downstairs on the Trident downstairs. We've got a trad rack to rebuild and bring up to the latest specs. So, we've got several things going on. Okay, so we've got these ready to go. We need some in-stop parts, and these should be our yellow parts, or the green parts here. Okay, these two that have the planted ridge on them. And more of our M6 by 12s and M6 3030s. As you can tell, we use a lot of the M6 by 12s. Pretty huge bag of them. So on our 2020 rails, we tend to use 8mm and 10mm bolts. On the 3030, bigger, deeper extrusions, you wind up using 12mm or 14, depending on how thick you make your parts. I'm going to say these are nicely engineered parts because in the back you've got a tab. That tab is going to go into the extrusion. On the front, you've got, or on the other side, you've got a gap here, and that's going to go over the rail. And this provides your rail end stop. So we've got these two just put together and assembled, and these are going at the front. Fully insert in the frame extrusion slot, tighten the M612 cap head screw down. Take care not to over tighten the screws as you can damage the printed parts. Yep. So we'll scoot this back. We're going to put these at the front here, like that. Make sure that we push them all the way this way towards the extrusion. Get them nice and tight in there. And tighten down the locking nut, C-nut. Okay. Now put the linear rail assembly in and insert the rail into the 3030 extrusion. Install the alignment tools. So we've got our MGN 12 alignment tools for 3030. We're going to install these. And then we're going to slide our rails all the way up into our printed part, the Y bumper. Then fasten the screws starting from the front. So interestingly enough, normally we'll start in the middle and work our way out, and that ensures that we don't get any, bow or wave in our extrusion. You can do the same thing going from one end to the other because that will ensure that you're tightening it down in a linear fashion. And that's what it's asking us to do right now. So I'm just going to apply a little bit of pressure forward and down here. Let's start tightening these up. And as you can see, I'm moving my, oh, dang it. Rod. moving my MGN 12 block forward. What I didn't realize is this is right over the top of one of the screws. And as I was tightening down, it was pushing that screw up into the bottom of the carriage. Come back and restart that. I'm just moving this alignment block up as I go, making sure that the rail is as centered as possible as I move down the rail. Okay, there's one side. Got a front bunt stop, but we don't have a back one, so be mindful. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to make sure that our carriage is out of the way. Make sure we're fully forward and that our tab is held down nice and tight. Start locking this down from the front, moving our alignment jig back as we go. Has anybody been watching any of the Olympics yet? Because they started, right? I know I haven't watched any of the Olympics yet. I need to try and figure out what the schedule's like. So try and check out the ones that I actually want to see. And once again, I do want to thank Hector at Fabrico for working with me to get me this awesome printer so that I can do this build with you guys and show off this really cool printer. Um, you know, he's been able to work with me on a couple of builds to make it mutually beneficial, so that I can bring these builds to you guys. So I very much appreciate Hector and his willingness to work with people to get these printers and stuff out there in the wild. So we got both linear rails done. We've got the alignment tools removed. So both Y rails are done. Now at this point, you can go into either the standard Core XY or the hybrid. There was a part of me that was like, let me build this as Core XY and then do a hybrid upgrade afterwards. And I've decided against that. I'm just going to go ahead and build hybrid right off the bat, because I don't want to have to mess with changing belts and all that stuff down the road if I I'm not going to have to change the belt, but I'm going to have to loosen the belt so I can redo the motor mounts because there's additional stacks to the motor mount area. And I just don't want to mess with that at this point. So we're going to need a couple of motors. So let me grab another couple motors. And these are pretty well packed. And as you can see here, in foam and then saran wrap together so that they're not going to come out and go anywhere. So I had 3 motors that didn't have any wires to them. My assumption was those were the 3 D motors. And then we've got 2 motors that do have pre-crimped wires or pre-done wires. And these are, oh, nice. These are the 1.8 NEMA stepper motors, but they're the high temp speedy power motors. That's going to be really nice. They really need to identify what motor is used where, because that way you don't mess up and then you've got like 2 motors installed and you realize when you grab the 3rd motor that it's a different type of motor. That can be bad. Not bad, it just becomes a pain in the butt because then you got to tear stuff apart. So we've got our motors, we've got our motor mounts. Now, I still have the motor mounts installed here. I just never took them back out. I'm going to have to in order to get the motor installed. So let me undo these. And so the reason these motor mounts are installed, we get the Y-axis rails installed when we're doing the frame. Then we do the rear upright, and we've got this sitting here. We use these plates to actually get this rear bar square to the frame. So that's why the motor mounts were pre-installed. And of course, like I said, you'll use this, you'll do the quick connect. You'll tighten your quick connect connectors down. And then at that point, it told us to take these back off. I just left them in place because I didn't think they were hurting anything sitting there. And it kept them out of the way. So we've got these 2 plates. Right, left. So right side, left side. Okay. Right side, left side, 2 stepper motors. We'll need some 22 pulleys, which should be in here. '22 9mm belt pulleys. M3x6 countersunk screws. Countersunk M3x6s. And M5x85. Holy crud. Those will be some nice long ones. 5x45. $60. Yeah. Divide by 60 again. Oh, you know what? Those might be in the hybrid kit. So when you order the hybrid kit, it is a separate kit. And it will come with the 2 additional motors, the 2 additional stepper drivers, some additional parts that we'll need, and the dual motor kit with some additional plates and materials. So this might be where our M5x85s are. Additional plates, additional belts. M5x85, there's 2 of those. That aside for the time being. Now we figured out what we got. Huh. And then we're going to need a lot more. Let's grab those as we need to. Right stepper motor assembly plate from the previous chapter. So the right stepper motor plate, got 2 across, 2 here at the side. We've got our 4 holes for our stepper motor and the 3 extra holes there. Okay, so this is the right one. We're going to mount it with the stepper motor HT 48s. So these are NEMA 42 TH 48. So 48 is the length. These are the Speedy Power high temps. So they did make a comment about those being HTs there. Be mindful of the cable orientation. It should be facing the rear of the stepper motor. So that way, I'm going to drop this down on here. Making sure our orientations are correct. We're going to use our M3x6 countersunk screws to attach this. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going? Welcome on in. Sorry for the yelling. That's no worries. No worries. And these are going to be 1.5. Going to be 2s, but two millimeter heads for these. We'll get these screwed on. So how are you doing, Daddy Wazzy? Hope you guys are doing good today. Oh, and by the way, gang, I'm apparently internet famous now because Karen Chow used me in her latest video on you know, how to do emojis and banners for your streams and stuff like that. So she used a banner that she created for me on there. So I'm going to consider myself uh, YouTube and internet famous now. All right, so there's the one motor. And still on that same right motor, refer to the side of the assembly which has the M5 holes. Okay. Has these two M5 holes over here. Move the M612 cap screws and the drop-in T-nuts. Why'd you tell me to put them there? All right, Free Heathen. Yeah, you're streaming soon, right? Anything big today, or is it just Whip Sunday? Wasn't sure if you're doing anything else today. All right, so we remove those, and we're going to add in a printed part next to the NEMA 17 stepper motor. This printed part would be over here in our main printed part set. We're going to grab our right one, and it's going to come right in here, and it's going to line up with all four of these holes. And we're going to put our M6x12 cap heads and T-nuts back in. Tell you what, Daddy Wazzy, she's not chatting with you, is she? She's blowing you off. Okay, she's probably over there. Organizing her desk or doing something. Okay, so we've got those in there, back in there again. Now we're going to insert the M5x45 cap head screws all the way. M5x45. Getting ready to do a laundry. There you go. There you go. See? She listens to my melodic voice and does her housework. We're going to put M5x45s up in here. Actually tight into plastic, so that's what you see me trying to work through is the plastic. Get through the threads, I'm going to get to the shoulder bolt area, and it's either going to push in easily or it's going to give me a rough time. There we go. There we go. We've got our two M5x45s now, and we've got our long motor stem on our HT stepper motor. And one of these days, I'm going to pay attention. So the M5x45 is on the outside, and the 85 is on the inside. There we go. 45 on the outside, 85 on the inside. Now we're going to put in our pulley on the shaft, and the set screw portion is going to be at the top, and we're going to want to put some Loctite on these set screws. Take them out and get some Loctite on there. You don't need a massive amount, but you don't need these coming loose while it's trying to print and do fast moves at temp. Yeah, and it'll be aligned and done later on. So right now we're just going to set it on there and snug it down on the flat. Not anything major. We're just going to get it snug up on the flat. Now we need our mini precision shims. Spacers. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Here we go. Mini precision shims. Just a matter of digging through the big bag of parts. The precision shims. So we're going to have one of these on each of those M5 screws there. Okay. Now we're going to need 695 ZZ. Yep. And F695 ZZ, so flanges, and a 695 ZZ standard ball bearing. So we're going to be making, we'll say, thicker bearing stacks than we're used to, because we're going to be using 9mm belts. So if we're doing a standard 6mm belt, we would only need the flange bearings, but since we're doing thicker belts, we're going to need some additional bearings to make up that distance. So we're going to start with the flange bearing down. So flange down, flange down. Grab two of our standard 695 bearings. So standard bearing, flange bearing. We're going to do a standard bearing. And then another flange bearing with the flange side up. And that gives us our larger pulley stack there. I will get that a little bit later. So we got those two, and it looks like we're going to need another one of our precision shims. on the larger screw. And another bearing stem. Nope, stop. Those, and then one more precision. Stop right there. Yes, now we're going to do another bearing stem. One flange bearing down, one non-flange standard bearing, one flange bearing with the flange up. Make our second roller. Now we need two other spacer types. M584, which goes on the top of the M5 by 85. So this is a shorter spacer. Going to go on that stack. And then we'll have a longer spacer that goes on the other stack. M5 by 8 by 17. Another larger aluminum spacer, so M5 by 8 by 17. And this is now what we're looking like. Now we're going to go over and assemble the left motor. And we're going to start the same thing. Our motor, way is the motor? Ensure the T-nuts are the same side. Yep. Even motors, countersink screws. Does not say so, but I'm pretty sure that our cable is going out the same direction as before. I'm now confused. So it does not mention what direction the motors are going in, but with the way that this has to be mounting, yeah, I think right now the motor wire is going to be coming out this front face here, I believe. So we go ahead and get this motor tightened on there, place aligned on there. And it didn't mention it, and I didn't think about it, but I should probably put a tad bit of Loctite on these as well. Good morning. Good morning, Royal Nomi. Welcome on in. Hope you are doing well this morning. I do want to put a little bit of Loctite on these. We are going metal, metal, metal. So we don't need to worry about any plastics getting in the way here. And we don't want any of these to back out. So when we can, let's go ahead and put a little bit of our thread locker on there. And I know it kind of looks like I've got a mess going on here. Probably because, well, I do. There's just stuff everywhere right here. But I do like the fact that it's telling us to, like get your motors done up and then we'll install the motors. That was one of the issues that I had with the black box is it would have been like, build a motor, okay, install the motor. Build the other motor, install the other motor. Build an idler, install that, build the other idler, then install it. Where if they had done like all 4 of those builds, sub-assemblies, and then said, okay, grab your printer and install them, it would have been a little bit better because as you can tell, this is covering up like the entire workbench. So that's why I'm building on top of the deck of the printer is because it takes up the entire workbench. Okay, so we now have the motor on there. Now it's the same type of thing. We're going to take off the lock nuts off the one side here. We're going to take our plate, stick it up there, and we'll put our M6 bolts back in. Easier said than done, apparently. And put our hammerhead T-nut back on. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm still drinking my first cup of coffee. Miss Dragon said that she was going to have coffee here by 11:30. I still have no additional coffee, so we'll let her get away with it. I know she wasn't feeling well last night. And now we're going to add in our larger bolts. We're going to do the M85. The M5 by 85 is going into the center hole. We got to be careful that we don't mess up our wire as we're trying to get this bolt in there. Be careful. And then the other side is going to get an M5 by 45. That gives us our big stacks there. Whoops. Our big stack. Big one right here in the middle. And now we're going to put our other pulley on. Now, when we go to do this pulley, we once again need to put our Loctite on these while we're getting them ready. So we'll We're not going to cinch these down yet. We're just going to get Loctite on them, get it on the printer, get it on the motor, and then we'll uh, worry about getting everything lined up once we get the motor stacks done. Probably starting to run the belts. And on this particular one, the belt portion is going up, and the set screws are going to be at the lower end of this. So just find your flat and set this down on there. Like I said, we'll get this lined up later. For now, just take one of your set screws and just snug it up against the flat so it doesn't go anywhere. And now we're going to start building our bearing stacks. We're going to start with one of our precision shims on the M85. On aluminum spacer. Yeah, precision shim on the M85. On there. There we go. Now we need an aluminum spacer on the M45, and this is going to be a spacer is a 5 by 8 by 14. Not that one, but 5 by 8 by 14, and there's quite a few of those. Whoops, quite a few of those. So we'll obviously be using these a lot. That goes on the shorter bolt here. And it wants us to do a bearing stack on our large bolt. So once again, we need 2 flange bearings. We're going to do a flange bearing down, flange down. We're going to grab one of our standard 695 ZZ bearings, so no flange. Add that in there. And then another flange bearing with the flange side up. Then we're going to need another precision shim back here on our large M85 or 85 millimeter screw. Okay, so it says insert a mini precision shim on the rear M545, but it is showing us putting it on the 85, so that's a typo. Comment there that's probably saying just that. So now we're going to do a bearing stack on each one of these now. We'll need a few more of our flange bearings. We're going to do flange side down. Standard bearing. And the reason we're doing this, this 3 bearing stack per pulley is because we're doing 9 millimeter belts. Then we're going to do another flange bearing with the flange up. And 2 more of the smaller style aluminum spacers. And these are the 5 by 8 by 4 millimeter aluminum spacers. Okay. And so let me come over here to the side camera. So right motor, left motor. Those are our two bearing stems. Got those really long screws because we're using, we're going to be having a second motor on the top. So it's going to be tying everything in. Now it tells us to set these aside that we'll be using them in a later step. So I'm just going to right motor, left motor. And we're going to need some additional parts. So we've got some additional plates here. Need an upper right and an upper left. These are lower left, lower right, upper left, upper right. If you ever need baggies for anything, buy a printer. You're going to have plenty of baggies. Upper right, upper left. Dual motor spacers. So the motor spacers. F695ZZ bearings. Yep, we've got those here. Nylon locking nuts. M5 nylon locking nuts. M6. M5 locking nuts. And 3x40 countersunk screws. Three by 40 countersunk screws. 3x6x30 aluminum spacers. Maybe over here in this other parts bag. Three by 6x30. Keep forgetting that this is the other parts bag that came with the with the with the hybrid motor kit. Words sometimes are hard. Okay, I think that's just about everything we need to. We'll find it as we need to. Okay, so on the BC4 XY motor upper right, motor upper right. So V-core 4 motor upper right. Yes, and big baggies from filament. I have been stabbing the recent ones, Teslas, but that's because I've got like 6 or 8 of them that are already sitting over there. And I've been putting my project prints in them. Or I've got like the ones there for the positron and the 01 to 02 build and all of that good stuff. So we've got this here. We've got a countersink in this front hole, and that's what it's highlighting. Ensure the bearing flange is on the same side as the countersink bore. So we're going to need one of our F695Z. It's going to go right down in that hole, and that's going to be a pretty tight fit. Snapped in there nicely. Going to combine these all together. But yeah, these definitely, you'll get various size baggies. So, and one of the projects that I've been working on, and yes, I know I've got multiple shades of gray going on in here for the doors, for the drawers, but I'm just trying to use up all of my different shades of gray. I think these right here are a Prusament space gray, I think. So I'm building a, what is that? That's the Screwfinity by Zombie. So it goes along with the rest of my Gridfinity stuff. So okay, so the V upper right, we installed the flange bearing and we made sure that we did it where the darn it. There we go. Flange bearing here, this is a countersink hole, right? So we did that. So we've got okay. This is the right. This will be the left. So that's the right. The left, oriented like this. Got the countersunk screw there, so we need another one of our flange bearings to pop down in the center there. So left, right, left, right. A little bit hard to see on here. The a little contrast there. Okay, right, left. Place the right stepper motor assembly from step 12 in the frame. Okay, so right stepper motor goes over here into the frame. And the little notch that we have is oriented like this. So that notch out is facing towards the front of the printer. Do that, and let me switch the other camera on, and I need to grab the my other ball nose driver because it's the only 5mm I have. This is going to get mounted in the printer like so. Okay. So the right motor is now installed. Got our pulley, our large screw, our short screw. Now tighten the 4 M6x12 screws to hold it in the frame. Yes, we did that. Now we're going to do the left motor over here. Same type of thing. This one should be easier to see on the other camera. Maybe. Yeah. So this case, I just scrolled down some. Wait a minute, what am I seeing? Right motor. Oh, we're not doing the left motor yet. We're still over here on the right side motor. So let me follow the directions. So on the right side, we're going to install 4 30-30 drop-in T-nuts. And then the upper right plate assembly. Okay. For M3, and I need M5, or I'm sorry, M6 30-30 T-nuts. And what we're doing is we're setting these in here. And we're going to use the plate to get these lined up. And then when we go to do the install of the next piece, then we'll tighten everything up through here. So be careful with that M85 screw. Don't push it all the way through and out. The M85 goes through, the M545 goes through here, and then the bearing goes on top of the motor. and supports that motor shaft. Okay, so now what I want to do is try and get these 4 lined up. And I'm going to sneak around here. Sneak around here the other way. And I'm just going to try and make sure that I've got my T-nuts lined up in there. And let's use something that's not magnetized, like our tweezers. Of course. Sorry here, folks. I'm like trying to get these T-nuts in the appropriate spot. There we go. 2 lined up. Okay, got all 4 of them lined up now. Sorry about that. So I got my 4 T-nuts in there, and then I used a pair of tweezers to make sure that they were lined up, or hopefully closely lined up. Stepper motor shaft is aligned and in that pulley. Let's go on a sky view here. Okay, so we're trying to make sure that these are lined up as best as we can right now, right? And then our bolts came through, and our stepper motor is lined up on that bearing, which is going to provide good support for that long shaft. Okay. Now we need to insert an aluminum spacer, M3 by 6 by 30. M3 by 6 by 30. Between the top and bottom plates. And we're going to use an M3 by 40 countersink through the top plate and through the spacer that we are going to put in there. And that's going to give us the ability to then add the 4th nut or 4th screw in. And this is going to be right here on the corner. Right there. And we'll screw that in. We're going to do a little bit of Loctite on this just as well. Insert the M340 countersink screw through the top plate, the aluminum spacer, and the bottom plate. Do not thread it into the motor at this stage. Okay, I do not know why, but sounds good. We'll just leave it sit there. Next, we're going to do an M5 lock nut. So one of our M5 locking nuts on our M5 by 45 screw here. And thread it on. Hold the locking nut with the appropriate size wrench. Tighten the M5 by 45 cap head screw. Okay, so that's what it wants us to do, is tighten this first. Apparently going to need that one. Make sure your bearing still moves, which it does. Now we can tighten this down. So we're compressing this. Otherwise, if we compress this, we could actually bend that corner. And I'm just snugging it up like I did. Like I said, I did put Loctite on it, so we should be good there. And then we're going to repeat all that for the left-hand side. So we're going to bring our motor up and get everything in line. Tighten up our M6 by 12 bolts. Easier said than done when you can't see them. And I found on hammerheads, running them like left and then right normally gets them to twist in there a lot easier. I haven't had too many problems with these hammerheads yet, but hey, Slab Stations, how's the build going so far? The build's going great. Had a couple of things where I'm thinking, okay, we did it here, then we're going to do it here. But it's like, no, we're still over here. So I've confused myself a little bit here and there, but we're doing good. We're doing good. We've got our Z platforms done and installed. We're working on our motors, and we are going straight to the hybrid motors. So, yeah, so we're going straight to the hybrid motors. We got the lower motor over here installed. We need to put in our 4 M6 by 30, or our M6 3030 T-nuts in here. And we're just going to set them down in here. We'll put the plate, whoops, we'll put the next plate in, and we'll use that to align these in the proper space. So once again, this plate is going to line up the same way. Our M5s are going to go on top of the M5s. And our bearing right here is going to go on top of our motor. Now, before I get it on top of the motor, I am going to try and get these lined up. Ooh. So that way, if I need to do something like that, I can. And be careful with your 85, because it's not tied into anything just yet, so it can fall down. And if it goes all the way through, you're going to be, we'll say, kind of SOL. So once again, let me go over here. So our M5 by 85 is right here, the 45's here, and then our bearing that goes on the top of the motor stem is right here. Oh, hey, Giggy Jack, welcome in. We need to add a M5 locking nut. And I know I'm kind of going to do this out of order. We're going to have an M5 locking nut that goes on that M5, the front M5 screw there. And then we're going to have an M3 spacer that is M3 by 6 by 30 spacer, and an M3 by 40 countersunk screw. And we're going to put just a dab of our Loctite on the threads here. We don't need to go way up. This is going into a motor, so you're only getting about 2 to 3 millimeters in. This spacer is going to go between these two plates, and this is going to go down through the spacer and into the motor beneath it. There we go. And we're just going to leave it sit there for the time being, because what we got to do first is tighten up our M5 stack here. So we're going to hold on to our lock nut, or drop our pliers first, trying to close the head of the bolt. There we go. I'm going to cinch this down. Make sure that our bearing still moves, which it does. Now we can come in and tighten our M3 by 40 countersunk screw. And we've Loctited all of the screws holding our motors in, so we shouldn't have any issues with our motors. Okay. Now we're going to need the don't mind me. I'm just, because this is now saying 2 VC4 XY motor upper right, and upper left. These plates actually say lower right and left on them. So that's where I was just kind of looking slightly confused. is some of the naming stuff on here is wrong. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. The good thing is the plates are different, so we're able to quickly look and be like, nope, this is right, that's wrong. And I think we should have most of that. If not, I can find it real quick. Okay, we're going to need our other two motors. And just like the original Core XY motors, these are going to be the 1.8 high temp speedy motors. So the speedy power 1.8 motors. Oops. First it's up. That was right side up. I don't know. I think my camera needs to be flipped. But regardless, we've got our two motors there. We're going to need that and the motor lower left plate, which this is the lower left. I think it's up above. It was calling out the upper right and upper left, and it's not. And there shouldn't be two. There should be one of each. So, okay. So we've got this. We've got our motor. Be mindful of the cable orientation. So the cable is coming out this side, right? The we'll call it the thicker side. We're going to have our motor here, cable facing me, plate going on in this direction. We're going to use 3 of the M3x6 countersunk screws. So the hybrid motor kit is it is a separate kit. It has its own set of screws and stuff. That's where you may see me digging around in different sets of hardware. And I am going to put these in with a little bit of Loctite. Because these are countersunk, they are going to, we'll say, self-center. So I do want to try and get all of them in there first. And then as I tighten them down using a crossing pattern, it'll help to center this plate and the motor. Okay. 22 pulley. Thought I pulled those out. Maybe I did not. Once again, on our pulleys, we're going to go ahead and put some Loctite on them. You don't want your pulleys slipping, and doing this later on can be a major pain in the butt. Okay, and this goes with the set screw side at the lower end. So we're just going to find our flat and get one of our screws snugged up against the flat. We're not going to really tighten it down against the flat just yet. We're just keeping it so it doesn't slide off. Because we'll fully align it and secure it in a later step once we get the belts going. We're going to need an M5 by 45 cap head screw. And looks like we're going to turn it this way. And which hole is that going in? It's going to be a mini precision shim on it. Can't rightfully tell which one it's going through. So okay, so it's going to go out in this first bump out. So right there it looks like. So we've got these two M5s. There's going to be one right here. The one that we're going to use right next to the M3 screw. We've got that. We're going to do, looks like a couple of spacers. M5 by 8 by 4 spacers. Two M5 by 8 by 4. A flange bearing with the flange down. Standard bearing. And a flange bearing with the flange up. And then a M5 by 8 by 10 spacer. Okay. Leaves us looking like that. And I'm probably going to line this up with that right there because I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to go. So now we've got a upper right plate. I have other plates somewhere? No, no. Huh. I do have another set of plates in here. Upper right and upper left plates. So an upper right, we're going to put that spacer in there. I'm going to lift this over. I'm putting my finger on here to hold it. We're going to have another one of the M3 spacers and an M3 630 spacer. And an M340 countersunk screw. Sorry. Seems to be getting my right and left mixed up in the instructions here. We're going to do like that again. We're going to have that spacer that goes in here. feel like I pushed it down and got it at an angle. What you're seeing me try and do is get the M5 back out so that I can lift the plate up some. Get rid of the angle that's in there. So I can get that on there. Okay. Loosely threaded onto the stepper motor. I didn't tighten it down. It's only done loosely. That keeps falling out. Keep our bearing stack there. We're going to need another M5 nylon lock nut. That'll go there. We're going to insert a M5 by 45 cap head screw with a M5 by 8 by 4 spacer. So we're going in the front M5 here. We're going to put that spacer on there. Okay, we need the M584 spacer. Killing me. Second M584 spacer. And then a flange bearing with the flange facing the two spacers. So we're basically making a bearing stack in here. We got so far. Five, 8, 10. Whew, that was a pain in the butt. and then fully insert the cap screw. So this is what we've got here. We've got two 5/8-4 spacers, our bearing stack, the 5/8-10 spacer, and then it comes through the top. This one's still loose. This is still loose. Right, just for giggles. So it hasn't told me to tighten either one of these yet, but I am going to tighten this one. Because it kind of shows that it was tightened in the instructions. So it just said thread it on there. Kind of looks like it's tightened in that image right there. So it's now tightened on there. That's done. I don't know why we wouldn't tighten this down yet either. Especially now that we've got this side or this M5 stack in there. I'm going to set that over here for the time being, like it said. And I believe we're going to go over here and start on the right side. And it says assemble the left motor, so we're going to need a motor and our plate that has the 3 countersinks to it. It's going to be a line like this. It says be mindful of the cable orientation. Okay. Cable orientation off to the right. Plate turned around like this. We're going to go ahead and put our 3 M3x6 screws in. A little dab of Loctite. Hey, Shenanigans, welcome on in. Otter's Danger Den, welcome in. Looks like a fat rat. Yes, this is a RatRig 300. So it is going to be a 300 by 300 bed size. This is the smaller of the RatRigs. There's a 300, a 400, and a 500. This is a 300. And I can tell you that outside dimensions, it's definitely going to be bigger than our Vorons. And thank you for the 7 months in a row subscribe, Shenanigans. Thank you. And thank you for using your Bezo bucks. I appreciate it. We're going to put our pulley on as well. So same type of thing. We're going to get some Loctite on our threads. So for this particular build, we're doing what's called the hybrid motor system. And in this system, there's going to be standard Core XY motors, and those are the ones that are already hung on the printer. And then we're going to have some dedicated Y motors that are going to hang on the top of these motors that are already mounted. So it's going to be an interesting system. Countersinks, 22 pulley. Don't worry about tightening it up just yet. We are going to set the height here later. We're going to take, do just like we did before. We're going to need an M45 screw. And in this case, we're coming in right there. So we've on our plate, whoops, we've got our systems over here. We're going into this one that's right there at that shoulder pop out. So one right there. And we need to put a precision shim underneath it first. So we get a mini precision shim out. Down the head of the bolt. And because the hybrid motor is a separate kit that you can add on, it does have its own set of hardware. So you'll see me kind of dig around in that hardware a little bit as we go through here. Okay. So we've got that. We're going to need 2 of our M584 spacers. There's 2 of those. Then we're going to do a bearing stack. So it's a 695 ZZ bearing, flange side down. 695 ZZ, so non-flanged bearing. And then another 69 ZZ flange bearing, flange side up. You breaking out the band hammer already there, Pesliz? Like, what's up? And then we're going to need a M5810 spacer. And that covers the top. So that's what we're looking like. This does use 9mm belts all the way around. Now we need to bring in the top plate, and it's going to line up here, and we're going to need a long M3 spacer. This is an M3 by 6 by 30 spacer, and an M3 by 40 countersink screw. Where's that at? Nope. 410. There it is. Hey, Mrs. Dragon. And I'm going to put a little bit of thread locker on the lower parts of these threads. And it's this back corner here that still hasn't been, still has not been secured on the motor. Oh, yeah. And if you're not careful, you knock your bearing stack over and you have to put your bearing stack back together. Ugh. Okay. Now, I'm not going to tighten this down all the way. I'm just going to loosely screw it in for now. Give me something so things don't keep falling out. I'm going to need a bearing here that I did not put in yet, which is another one of our flange bearings. This is going to go over the motor shaft and help keep things centered here. Okay. And we're going to need a lock nut. It's an M5 lock nut. This is going to keep our bearing stack from falling out like it just did and making me have to redo the bearing stack. Okay. Now, we're going to need to build another bearing stack. So we're going to need our other M5 by 45 screw. And this is building an interior bearing stack. So we're going to get it started, and we're going to need a couple of our M5 by M5 8/4s. And the 4s. So we're going to put 2 of these on. We're going to basically be building this stack on the fly. So we're going to put one of these on, maybe. There we go. One there, one there. Now we're going to build a bearing stack. So we're going to do flange bearing side, or the flange bearing, flange against the spacer. Standard M695 bearing. Flange bearing, flange towards the top here. And then we're going to put in our last M5 by 8 by 10 spacer. And this is why you have to keep everything kind of loose still, is to be able to get this bearing stack built and in. So there's our primary bearing stack and secondary bearing stack. We're going to go ahead and tighten this down and this screw down and leave this one captured then. Thanks for the lurk, Pezliz. The shenanigans, how are you doing today? What are you working on? And I'm just snugging these. You want to make sure that these bearings are captive, that they're not moving up and down, but they really can't go anywhere else. And we'll tighten the M3 screw down. And so that's our sanity check there. When we put it upside down, we're going to have our pulley, our outer bearing here, and then the other bearing is right next to the motor. So we're going to set that down over here. Hopefully clean up a little bit. Now we're going to start with the right side over here. So let me change view for you. So we're going to start with this motor over here. And we're going to have this plate. Now this plate has little cutout grooves, and that's to fit over the bearings. So this plate is just going to slide right in here. First, on that M5 screw, and when it can't, I'm going to ream that M5 hole out. My reamer set at. Because that's the M4. Get my M5 reamer out, and I'll be able to ream these holes to size. That way I'm not trying to screw everything in as we're setting this down on there. Should be able to ream this by hand. Go ahead and do the other one while I'm at it. Okay. So this plate's going to slide right down on there. Like that. We do have these larger holes in these plates right here are going to be able to go around the lock nuts that are holding the motors in place. So we set that in there. Ensure the T-nuts are aligned with the printed part. We went ahead and did that already using our tweezers before we did this, just based on the metal plate. So we should be good. Now we're going to add the upper right motor assembly that we had just finished in step 8, or step 28. Confused. The first one that we did. Looking at this and trying to see how this is going to fit on there. Yada yada, yada, opening. Ensure the assembly is flush with the frame. Extrusion before proceeding. Okay, that's what I was. Align the M585, this screw, already on the V-Core 4 with the M584, this one, and on that assembly. And as we lower this down, we're going to push this M5x45 screw out. So we're basically using the M5x45 to get this stack pre-aligned. We're going to slide this down in such a way that that 85 is pushing, is coming up right through everything and just pushing this M545 out. Just like that. So, interesting. Completely remove the M5x45 Store it in the upcoming project spare parts box. AKA, you don't need it anymore. It was just a placeholder. Make sure the top Y stepper assembly is fully seated on the printed part. It is. Hold the locking nut with the appropriate size wrench. So we're going to put a locking nut on that M585 up here, which doesn't feel like there's much room. It says don't fully tighten it yet. Like, I'm not even getting lined up to. All right, there we go. There we go. That's good. Now we want to verify that all the T-nuts are still aligned. I hope they are. Now we're going to need 2 aluminum 6x10x30 spacers. 6x10x30. And we're going to use M6x50 screws. Cap head. These are M6x50 countersunk. I don't need those. Ones I need are probably going to be over here. M6x50 cap heads. Insert the screws through the top plate, spacers, and bottom plate, threading them into the previously inserted T-nuts. Do not fully tighten them yet. I am going to, at the very least, see if I'm getting them in the T-nuts. And they are, so that's good. The reason we're not going to tighten them yet is because we need to go and do the same thing on the back side. Need 2 more of these. Two more of these. Trying to align these by feel and it's not working out well. Oh, there we go. Maybe? Nope. There we go. Okay. And those two went in. Now, did they line up? Feels like it did. And that one feels like it did not. And it did not. Dang. Okay, so I got one that did not line up and may now be problematic for me because I don't know which way the screw went on, or the thing went underneath there. Oh, and I think it just locked. So that actually was easier than I anticipated it would be. And yes, I am going by the assumption that I am going to be tightening those down now. And Miss Dragon has brought the elixir lifeblood called Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Okay. So I did go ahead and says do not fully tighten them, but I did. Hold the locking nuts with the appropriate size wrench. Tighten the M5 by 85 cap head screw. Tighten all the M6 by 50 to secure the assembly. Okay, so I did the M6 by 50s first, and now I'm going to come back and tighten my M5 by 85. Okay. Everything's still spinning, so that's good. And my pulley looks pretty lined up, but one's eyeballed way high. What I'm doing is I'm just going to go in here and identify the height of these pulleys based on the idler bearings that we've built, the idler stacks. Just locking these in place. Okay. Now we're going to repeat those same steps over on this side, which is drop our matching plate right here. We'll have, go ahead and make sure that everything is still lined up here using my tweezers. Drop that plate on there. We're going to take our other motor assembly here. And that is going to drop right on there. Once again, moving that M5 by 45 bolt out as we slowly push this down through the stack. Leaving us with the M5 by 45 as a spare. Make sure that that bolt is not out of place there. We need to put an M5 locking nut on there without locking it all the way down. We just need to get it set on there so that it's we'll say the threads is started. Our motor cable. So when I'm threading this on, I'm threading it on until it slips in my fingers. And that tells me it's through to the plastic portion of the lock nut. Or at least that is my attempt here. There we go. So that at least lets me know that the lock nut is in place. And it's not going to fall out as I'm trying to do this part. Now this part is once again 4 spacers and 4 M5, or excuse me, M6 by 50 nuts, or nuts, screws. God. And we're going to be coming right in here and trying to just get these lined up. Probably be easier to use something Okay. Now let's see how many of these are going to go in place and which ones are going to give me a hard time. There's one going to give me a hard time. Okay, so I got two good and then one that is being a pill. I'm sorry, three that are good and one that's being a pill. So this one either, yeah, this one completely moved out of the spot. That sucks. Hopefully I was just able to get it to line back up just by tilting the machine slightly. And that's a yes. Okay. I've got two hybrid motor mounts that are now very nice and rigid on there. I still need to tighten up the M5 by 85 on this side. But my M6 by 50s are tightened up. And I think I'm going to need to just use ball driver here because it's way tied up in there on things. Okay. Okay, things look like everything's lined up. So that's good. So we've got our two sets of motors. We've got our standard Core XY here at the bottom. And then at the top, these are just going to do the Y. Okay, so these top motors are just additional Y motors. Now we've got some parts needed for the tension bodies. That is not these. So the tension body should be up in here. What do bodies look like? Not those. Not those. Not those. No. Like trying to find the tensioner bodies. Electronics, and that's tool head, right? Yeah. Okay. Do a little bit of cleanup here so I can see what I'm pulling out. Okay. A lot of panel stuff. Panel, 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 panel. Okay. At a loss. RatRig tension body right and left. Huh. Seeing a lot of panel stuff. I'm seeing a lot of these are definitely not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's a tool. That's not it. No more printed parts up in here. Tensioner arms. And these are the U-shaped things for the pulleys. Joints, joints, joints. Extra parts. Electronics bay. Definitely not there. Okay, now I'm confused. Let me see if I get any more better pictures or angles. So these parts, I know I have. These are the parts that I don't know what the heck, I can't find those. I can't tell if they're metal or what. So I do have those tension arm assemblies. You know what? I wonder if maybe they're an actual metal part in here versus. Because there's a couple of tension arms. There we go. That's what it is. It's metal parts. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. That would be why. Okay, so we've got two of these. These are the tension arms. Looks like we're supposed to have 4 of these because we've got multiple tensioners. We've got the main one and then the Y ones. So these will be from the main kit. We'll check and see if our Y ones are any different. Hey, TechnoSlide, how's it going? Yes, we are working on the VCore 4. And I was looking for printed parts, and they're actually aluminum parts, so it was why I wasn't finding them earlier. These are all nicely wrapped to protect them, but with these being anodized aluminum parts, I mean, these things are gorgeous. That's the right, that's the left. There's our 2 initial. We should have another 2 in here, which will give us our total of 4. It looks like these are all the same size, so that's good. Goes in there. Coffee. Oh, okay. So we'll grab the bits and bobs as we need them. So we're going to do a bearing stack here. We're going to need our precision shims. Like we're going to do 2 precision shims and a full set of bearing stack. Two, 4, 6, 8. Build our bearing stacks as we do them. Talks about installing it. Build a stack, put the stack in there, and then put a M5 by 22 countersink. M5 by 22 countersink. There's two, and the other two will be in the other package. So I'm going to try and build this in place. So we're going to start with our screw, precision shim, flange bearing down, standard bearing, flange bearing up, and another precision shim. Almost there. Almost there. That was actually pretty darn easy. Knock on wood. Screw that down. And because this is aluminum, we're doing a countersunk screw at the top, and it's screwing right into the bottom there. So fairly easy to get that stack going. So let's continue to try and do this. So we've got our counterbore here. So we're going to start with our screw, and then we're going to kind of finagle with our fingers. We're going to do a precision shim. Flange bearing with the flange side down. Standard bearing. Flange bearing, flange side up. That screw all the way through just to make sure that everything's lined up. Pull it back just a tad. Put the other precision shim in there. And use our tweezers to move it into position. All right, two done. Now the other M5 by 22 countersink is probably in here. Grab those two out and we'll do the other two bearing stacks. Screw, precision shim. Flange bearing down, standard bearing, flange bearing, flange up. Everything through, make sure we've got a nice good alignment. Other precision shim. Pull it into alignment with our tweezers. And screw everything together. So 3 down, 1 to go. This is so much easier than doing it with the printed parts, I think, just because everything is actually machined and fits with great tolerance. So a lot of times when we're doing our printed, our printed idler pulleys, if you're like over extruding a little bit or something like that, it could become painful trying to get everything lined up, and you may or may not be able to get another shim on one side or have a shim on both sides. All right, Killer Dragon, enjoy, have fun. So we've got those 4 idlers done. What's up next? Recore 4 tensioner body right. Three M4 by 30. M4 by 30. M4 by 30s. We need, talks about 3 of them. Got a total of 6. The right hand side, be working over on this side over here. Okay, so if you remember right, our frame has some through holes in them, right? Our frame has these through holes. Well, that's where we're going to be mounting our thingamabobbers here. So let me actually move you around like this. God, that's a scary view, isn't it? And screws come through and mounts in like this. These are M4s, 3mm one. I'm just going to get kind of close. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put a little bit of Loctite at the end of the threads here. Since this is metal, metal, metal. I'm going to get all 3 of them close and then cinch them down together. Get that in there. I'm going to tighten that in. So that looks pretty cool. We're going to come over here to the other side and work on doing the same thing. Get that camera just sit there. Once again, we're going to do a little bit of our Loctite on the threads. Loctite that's starting to dry up on my tube there, so I'm trying to minimize the loss. Ah. Okay. Those are now installed, left and right. We're going to insert one of the tensioner arms in the lower slot. Where the tensioner arm is cleared the whole tensioner body. M4x20 cap head screw. Okay, so M4x20. M4x20. And once again, there's going to be 2 in here for the main motors and then, or the main belts, and then 2 in the other package for the other idlers. So we're going to take one of the idlers. We want the countersink at the top. It's going to slide in. It's going to come in from the front. And I just did 4 turns by hand. That'll hold it in there. We don't want it partially, but not fully threaded, right? So Because I know we're going to do this on the top one because of the Y belt, I'm just going to take the other one, flip it in here. And there we go. A couple more M4 by 20s. And we'll come over here and do the same step over here on the right side. Making sure that our countersink is at the top. Slide in the slot. 4 turns, push it forward. Same thing over here. Put it up. 4 turns. Push it forward. And we're done. M4 by 6 set screw. Tighten the set screw. Secure the tension arm in place. So this is where we'll need some M4 by 6 set screws. And what's going to happen is that these are basically going to be used to hold the things in place from moving forward. Like I don't see them, and then I flip it over and I see them. One pack in there with 2, and there will be another pack over here with 2. So these screws are going to come into the side, into this groove that's in the side of the idler bracket, and it'll lock them in place once you tension things up. So because I don't want these to come back out that easy, I mean, I don't want them to back out. I don't think they're going to back out. Might put a little bit of Loctite on them because they are set screws after all. The M4 set screws are a 2mm hex. Little thread locker, and get these started. We're not setting these all the way yet because we don't have belts on here. We haven't tensioned anything. So don't lock them in there. We want to keep it movable for the time being. Once we get our belts on and routed, then we'll want to lock these down. How's it going, Tugboat? Did you get the stuff in to finish your wiring? Coming at 5 today? Okay. Repeat steps for the left front tensioner as well. Yep, got that done. Your V-core should look like this at this stage. Do not forget to drink some water. Stay hydrated. Well, we're drinking coffee. It's colored water, right? And we would be moving on to the x-axis. And let's see, it's 2:30. Let's see how many steps are in this section and whether or not we might get the x-axis built and then we'll do belting. We'll start with belting on the next stream. Looks like fun. Okay, x-axis. Prepare the parts. We're going to have some more joiner plates. And some printed parts as well. Black printed parts. Need those two, and where's the other black printed part? There we go. A clean white surface so that we can see what we're working with here. So we've got those two parts, these two parts. We've got some plates that we'll use. We're going to need some screws. They'll be the M5x60 countersunk screws. Get those out of here. M5x60 countersunk screws. Low profile 30 screws. I did see those. And 5/8/14 aluminum spacers. 5/8/27. 5/8/14 over here. Five 8/14 aluminum spacer. Okay. I think we got everything sort of out here. We're going to assemble the left joiner parts. So we need the joiner upper plate. Yeah, I got some stuff coming from Amazon today as well, and it's going to be some ACM panel. It'll be 1/4-inch ACM panel, which is aluminum composite material. So it's aluminum sheet on either side of some plastic material. And it's going to be used, the 1/4-inch I'm going to use as the top of the black stack. I need to cut it to size and mount it. Once I do that, then I can put, I can bring a black box back up here. Okay, we're going to need M5x60 countersunk screws, 4 of them it looks like. and one of the low profile screws. And these are going to come up through the countersunk screw holes in our part, and you're looking at me, which is not. Bring it up here. Okay. Move this camera. Actually, we'll leave that right there for now. So we're putting M5 by 60s on the outside and an M5 by 30 low profile on the center. Okay. Insert the screws in and then flip the plate over. Okay. Aluminum spacer, M5 by 8 by 14. So we need 5 of the aluminum spacers, M5 by 8 by 14. One, two, three, 4, and 5. We're going to need a X in-stop printed part. These are exactly the same. There's nothing that's different in them. I guess I'll put the textured side facing down. And does this go all the way down with the spacers in between them? What it looks like. So it should get pressed all the way down with the spacers in the printed part. There we go. So there we go. And then we're going to have one of the aluminum plates. So lower the XY joiner mid, right? Middle plate, yep. No difference in them, so put that right down the middle. We're going to have a lot of stuff. Okay. So now, looking at this way on the front here, we need a precision shim. And a bearing stack. So flange down, regular bearing, flange up. Okay, now we need 2 M5 827 spacers. These are the 14s. Two of these. These go opposite of the bearing stack that we had started to create. And then we're going to use the 14s on one on the bearing stack and one crosswise from it. Okay, so yes, I believe that's what we're looking at. Okay. Now we need M4 by 5 by 8 cap head screws. We need 4 M5 by 8 cap head screws, yes. And we need our 2020 square nuts for M5. And we need the 2020 V slot, which is right here. Okay, 2020 V slot. Put that right here. Got our M5 hardware. Insert 2 square type 2020 on the top slot, 1 the lower slot. 2 top, 1 lower. Two top, 1 bottom. Okay. Gently insert the V slot 2020 extrusion inside the XY spacer. 2 square T-nuts must be facing the opening part as. Okay, so these spacers. They're kind of weird. Lower part toward the front, upper part towards the back. Opening is facing up, right? Two at the top must be facing up. So we're going to slide this on the printed part. See how good the printing tolerances are on this part. Pretty darn good. Pretty snug. Pretty darn good. There we go. So we've got that fully embedded in there, down to the end. 2 captive at the top, 1 captive at the bottom. I'm sure is going to get a screw right through here. Sure, the extrusion and the printed part are flush. They are. Push the 2 T-nut square to the end of the assembly. Flip the gantry upside down. Push the single T-nut underneath the printed part, ensuring it's aligned with the hole. And then repeat 7 and 8 and prepare the other end for the assembly. Okay, yeah. That would be great if these are going to stay in one place, but they won't. Again, 2 on the top, 1 in the bottom. Make sure that they are the same way. On the top. Oh, and these are true slide-in T-nuts, slide-in, not roll-in. That's why they have to be put in place now rather than later. Once again, we're going to do it with the opening facing up. Right? Yep. Opening facing up. We're just going to know it's going to be a tight fit. There we go. Now, take the assembly from the previous step and insert the printed part holes in the okay, so we've got the left side joiner here. Move a couple of things out of the way. We've got our left side joiner. This is our, we'll just say for the sake of argument, the left side over here. We're going to make sure that our nut is lined up in that hole. And we're going to just slowly rotate it over. We're going to line this up and sit it down on the left part. And it should drop down on those spacers. Good, hopefully, if everything gets lined up appropriately. Tight fit when you start getting them on those spacers. There we go. And it's going to squish down on there. And your M30 goes right in the middle. Your low profile is most likely going to be the one that gets screwed into that underlying centerpiece. I don't know why they didn't tell us to do that now, because it kind of seems like it would be the best time to do it. Well, it's not getting there, so we'll figure it out. Maybe it's just a placeholder screw as well. I don't know. Flip it back over. So we're going to continue building our bearing stack. We're going to install a bearing stack on this back left, or the left front, I'll say. Need flange bearing down, standard bearing, flange bearing up, and a precision shim. So there. And now we need to prepare some other joint parts. Really just getting them out. We'll need the lower plate. So I like that the mechanical joinery here is going through the metal and the printed parts are more of cosmetic. You know, but the metal is what's holding things together and giving the rigidity that we're going to need for the printer. And once again, these are 100% symmetrical. We're going to slide that bracket right on there. We're going to use two M5x8 cap head screws. And these are going to thread through that metal plate and into those two slide-in T-nuts. So that's the latest it'll come. Yeah. I'm going to put just a smidge of Loctite on the last few threads here. Like that. And some of our M5 locking hex nuts onto the other screws. Gracious. Okay, and now it wants us to tighten those down without using too much force. So we've got our pliers and our screw, and that is going to be 3. Pliers and our screw. Pliers and our M3 driver. We're just going to tighten this sandwich down. Making things nice and snug, and I am going to try and go catty corner here just to keep things from binding up. Kind of feeling they could have gotten away with like 5 millimeter smaller screws here. That's just something about me probably not wanting to deal with screwing these things in. Okay. So then we'll have a trim piece. This is the left side. Still hasn't told me to do anything with this M5 by 30 screw yet, which is sort of annoying. So that's now fenced up. So now we're going to take this yellow or the green cover piece. The screws are going to, the M5 screws are going to drop in these caps. And then we're going to use some M3 by 8s to just screw this down into that lower metal bracket. So these 4 smaller screws here have threads in them. So we're just going to screw it right down to that. And these are with M3 by 8. Don't think I've had those out yet. There they are. Hey sis, how's it going? What you up to? We are still working on the RatRig V-Core 4. So we got our Z pieces finished and we did our Y-gantry linear rails, had to lube those up before installing them. We did our XY motors and our hybrid motors. And now we're starting to put our gantry together. Give me a second and I'll give you a fly out view. How are you holding up, sis? Tighten them into the plate. Okay. Like I'm not feeling them tighten into the plate. That one finally did. I gotcha. Okay. There we go. One side done. Let me Sorry about that. Let me grab the other camera view. Turn that off. There we go. Okay, so we got our Z-axes in place to include our bed mounts here and our captive bearings for the top of our lead screws. These are chonky HG15 rails. So we got this done on all 3 axes. We then installed our Y linear rails, and then we worked on building our motors. So typically you would just have the bottom stack, and this green part up here would be the top cover, right? But this stack right here gets added on with the hybrid Y motors. So standard core XY through the bottom 2, and then these 2 are only running straight front and back. Right, so we got these 2 put in. And now what we're working on is building our X-gantry that's going to go across between these 2. That's what we're working on. We just did one side. Now we're going to go over and work on the other side. So, not sure. This might actually be a little tiny bit better view for right now. But yeah, this is kind of a chunky beast. Okay, now it tells me to tighten that M3x30, which, hey, I've already done. Now we need to work on assembling the other joiner plates. Let me just scoot this off to the side. We'll grab our other joiner plate. Once again, we're going to need our long screws here. So the 4 long ones go on the outside, and the shorter M30 goes in the middle. Flip that over and put it down on the table. Okay. We're going to do M5x8x14s everywhere. And we're going to take our black piece and put it on there. And once again, we did the textured side against the bottom on the last one. So that's what we're going to do here. We just get everything lined up. And then this is going around those spacers that we just put in place, which makes it fun trying to line up a printed part on 5 spacers. Like, I wonder, can I push the spacers in and then drop it down on there? It might actually be the easier way here. Five spacers on. Now let's try and get it to go on the so much easier. I sort of say. Oh. Line it up, put it on the right way, and it'll go on there easier. Like that. Okay. Join our middle plate on there, which is this piece. That's just going on there and sandwiching that printed piece. So the printed piece is basically acting as a spacer, and the metal parts are acting as the structure. Now on the one closest to and to the right of me is where I need to start building out my bearing stack again. So I'm going to need a precision shim. Flange bearing down, standard bearing, flange bearing up. Now we need some more spacers. The longer spacers go left front, right rear. Shorter spacers go on the other two, which is the idler bearing that I had already built and the one caddy corner from it. Looking like this. Now we need to set our end on here. Once again with our two pieces, or our two pieces up. And you know what? This is, it might still be easier to do this with the put the spacers in first. And then we'll stick this down on there. There we go. So that lines up a little bit better. There we go. Now that we've got that done on there, we need to build another bearing stack over on this side. And flange side down, standard bearing, flange side up, and our specialty washer. Now we're going to put our final plate on, and our final plate is going to screw into these slide-in T-nuts. Get that on there. We'll need our M5x8s. We're going to put just the smidge of Loctite on these threads. We don't need a lot. We just need the hint of it, because we're going through a metal plate into metal T-nuts, so we can do that here. So those two are done. Now we're going to grab our M5 lock nuts, of which we are now out of. Did I have more M5 lock nuts in here? Yes, I do. So once again, I had M5 lock nuts in the main kit, but I also had some extras in the hybrid motor kit, and I had already used all of them out of the main kit when I was doing the hybrid motor. So that's why you see me reach for a different location for more hardware. And I'm just trying to get these started by hand so nothing falls apart or drops out. There we go. So it tells us to put these on to each screw and tighten them down on these hex nuts. We're just going to put this on the side. We're going to grab our 3mm driver and start tightening these down. Hey, Big Jano, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay, now what I'm going to try and do is do alternating corners, basically doing a crisscross pattern as I tighten these up so that it tightens more evenly and we don't twist or bind anything. I hope you're having a good day, Big Jano. The build's been going really well. We've, other than I feel like these screws could be shorter, especially as ow, dang it, especially as my hand starts cramping. But, which one were we? Yeah, the build's been going really well. The kit is extremely complete, very well laid out so far. Definitely beefy. Yeah, all good things to say about this kit so far. And we got that done. Now it tells me to tighten those up fully. Whoops, already done. Now I'm going to put a cap piece on here like so and do 4 M3x8 screws. And I'm securing this through the plastic and into threaded holes on the little metal strip underneath here. So we've got a metal sandwich all the way through this part. So it's going to be very, very rigid. And in essence, the printed parts are basically spacers and, just provide a little bit more body, everything. And quite honestly, all the way up and down through this stack, it has aluminum spacers around um, the screws, bolts. So there's no real, you don't have to worry about parts being too tight or having to ream parts and all that good stuff. It just works. Now we need to prepare the X-axis rail. Okay, so we'll have the X-axis rail, drop in T-nuts, or M3x8 cap head screws. So there's the M3x8s. We need M3 2020 drop in T-nuts. The good news is our bag of stuff is almost empty. Here's the M3 2020s, the M3x8s. We're going to need the M3x8s that had the blue Loctite on it. See if I can figure out what I did with those now. The M3x8s with the blue Loctite on them. And some M3 washers. M3 washer. So these are M5x45s. They were basically used to build the bearing stacks, and then we pushed them out when we put them on some long screws. So those are extra parts that go in your parts bin for future builds. Okay, right, left. Set this out of the way over here. We're going to need these ones in a minute. These we don't need anymore. Coffee. So we do have one last linear rail. And it's got 2 carriages. So only remove the second carriage if you are not assembling the IDEX variant. We are not assembling the IDEX variant because you can't buy the IDEX variant at this particular point in time, or at least not through Fabrico directly. So I think it might be on pre-order. Don't know. But regardless, we don't have the IDEX variant right now. Slide this out, and I'm holding it with a paper towel because every single one of these has come out with a heavy dose of machine oil on it. So I'm just trying to get some of that off before I get it all over myself. And they do provide a carriage holder in the kit. Let me do that. So they do provide a carriage holder on the kit. This one does not use rubber stoppers. It uses these little like O-rings. Just slide that off the end. And we'll bring this down and we'll use a carriage holder. Slide that right onto the carriage holder because eventually at some point when the IDEX kit becomes available, I'm probably going to add it. So we'll put that there. Set this off to the side for other days. Other days. We will plan on using this down the road. That in there for now. Okay. Keeping the second carriage will result in poor belt tuning and input shaper results. So if you don't have it, or if you're not going to use it, take it off. Carefully store the carriage. This will be essential for the IDEX upgrade. Ensure the carriage never leaves the mount to avoid losing any of the ball bearings. Yep. Remove the plastic stops installed at the ends of the linear rails. And we're going to go through and install 10 M3x8 cap head screws. Now, looking at that, that's going to tell me that we're not doing every one, we're doing every other one. So we're going to need our M3x8s. We're going to need 10 of them. I don't know why I'm saying trying to get just 10 out. Going to get this started. Once again, we're going to start at the end. And like I said, do pretty much every other one. Jana, do you have any big projects for 3D Printtopia, or are you going to 3D Printtopia? Yeah, that's good. I know it's a lot to bring stuff to all the shows. And it was great to bring stuff to like Rocky Mountain, but I think next year we may not be bringing stuff to Rocky Mountain just because it's so much of a drive and we're going to have to drive vehicles out there. It's just going to be easier to fly, but we'll have to see. But the two on the East Coast, like Murph and 3D Printopia, those would still be the ones that we would go to and get tables and stuff. Um, but yeah, I think um, like Rocky Mountain, I'm not sure if we do all three with um, like booth and stuff next year. It's just been a lot. Okay, so we're gonna set our rail in there, and the way our rail goes in there, and I just realized I didn't straighten this down. Is our top is like this, and our rail is gonna sit right down in there. Like so. And linear assembly on the previous step. We use our two MGN12 2020 rails or rail guides to get things lined up. Insert the small tab between the gantry joiner and, oh, so it looks like we're going to need one of the tools from the beginning. So this piece here, it says insert the small tab between the gantry joiner. So I believe we're looking, oops, at doing this small tab in that gantry joiner spot. And that's going to set our side to side distance, where our MGN12s are going to set our, centered distance on the extrusion. Push the linear rail against the frame to ensure it sits flush. Fasten these starting from the jig side. Don't over tighten as it can cause the linear rail to bind. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we don't have dates to, soon. Okay, so we did the first half. Fasten the mark M3x8 screws starting from the jig side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, that kind of looks like it's not even halfway. All the x-axis. Okay. Now I still have my rails all the way forward. So give me a second. I've got my Y rails, you know, either all the way back or all the way forward. I'm going to go with them all the way forward so that when I sit this in place, I should be able to guarantee that it is in line and parallel, right, with these all the way forward. Or at least with these parts all the way forward. I may have to move the carriages back so that they line up. We're going to use M3 by 8s. Insert the M3 by 8s with an M3 washer through the joiner plate and tighten it to the linear rail carriage. Do not over tighten or the gantry will bind. Yeah. Kind of feeling around for the plot. Come on, where are you at? There we go. I'm not gonna tighten it all the way down. I'm just trying to get it lined up and get it started. Maybe this one will show it better. Where are we at? Okay, so it's not going all the way forward. I wonder if I can do it all the way back. All I'm doing is trying to get all 4 of these lined up. At this point, I'm not tightening it down. I said to, but I'm not. Because I want to get all 4 or all 4 in there before I start tightening it down. And I just tightened this down with standard M3 by 8 screws. And I think I was supposed to use the M3 by 8 with the Loctite on them. So let's do this again. Using the ones with the Loctite on it. Yeah, it was pretty nice this year because I had my wife with me, her mom and brother who live in Denver came out to the show as well, which was pretty cool. And then my son and stepson came up from, excuse me, son and son-in-law came up from Colorado Springs and spent part of Sunday with us. That was kind of cool as well. And then going out to Goshen, my younger son came out and hung out with us for a little bit, but I didn't really get a chance to spend much time with him because of how busy it was. So I went back out there the first week of July because my company did a summer shutdown. And so I wasn't working anyhow that week. So I went out there and spent that week with them, which was really cool. Okay, so left side tightened down, not overly tightened. Now we want to do the right side, and hopefully everything's lined up and we don't have any issues with alignment here other than front to back of the actual carriage. Okay. Well, interesting because it feels like it's lined up, but it's not. Something slightly. And we should be back now. Sorry about that. And thank you for letting me know that Mike died. That probably means we've been going for 6 hours or so, which we have been. Um, okay. One side off. Oh, just how tight those were on these lock nuts. Okay, so once again, now our only option is to go ahead and loosen up these M5 lock nuts some. Not taking them off a lot. I'm just backing them off a couple of turns. This is a 300, believe it or not. It looks massive compared to the Vorons of the same size because it's using 3030s. And it's built to enable IDEX. So by default, it's got the extra side clearance to be able to do an IDEX upgrade. You still haven't built that 3.1 500? Yeah, I specifically did not want I specifically did not want um, a 300, or I'm sorry, a 400 or 500, because I was afraid of just how big it would wind up being. So I had this built and I was getting a little bit of tension in the back, not so much, but I also, when I brought it forward, and it's doing it again now, the right side hits and the left side has maybe 1/2 millimeter of play in it. And it's as soon as I tighten up these two tops, the play comes back in it. I'm going to have to go through and tighten these things up one at a time, just snugging them a little bit. And what I'm trying to do is go in a crisscross pattern so I don't cause any additional binding. And stopping to check things out. You didn't have anywhere to do the frame. You have a piece of granite secured now, but I can't lift it for 3 more weeks. Oh, you had surgery 2 weeks ago. Is it kind of a shoulder surgery, or actually, it doesn't really matter. So, gotcha. Left side play is normal in the front on Vorons 2. Yeah, like I said, as I pull it forward against the front bump stops, the left side comes back like 1/2 millimeter. It's not doing it right now. So I'm hoping as I tighten the rest of these down, and by tighten I mean snug them. I'm not trying to ugga-dugga with all force now. That I'm not knocking it back out of whack. Okay. Yeah, I am somewhat familiar with that procedure. I have had both type of hernias repaired over the years. Okay. So doing the 4 whatchamacallits, the 4 lock nuts worked. Now it's the top 2 centers. And that did it. Everything comes to the front with no sway back on either side, so we're good there. Now I just need to put these covers back on. And I make a comment about, oh, they're just decorative, except they've got heat set inserts on them, so they're not so decorative. Pretty sure that that wasn't going to cause any binding, but just wanted to make sure. Ow. And that is good. Okay. So I do want to say I'm a bit confused because at this point it still said fasten the marked M3 screws starting from the jig side. Do not over tighten. It's only showing me actually tightening half the screws down on the gantry. That just still seems like it's throwing me off. Like, I really don't get it. Well, I get that, but like, it makes no sense to not have the rest of the x-axis tightened down yet. Like, it really makes no sense. So I'm gonna kind of just go ahead and do it. I don't think I'm gonna run into any issue. Okay, take those off, put those in there. Maybe we can put that away. And we're at the belting stage. And quite honestly, folks, I don't want to get into the belts today. I've been going for a little over 6 hours now. Gosh. Do I, don't I, do I, don't I? In order to do the belts, I'm going to have to what? So I just take the belts out and cut them and try and route them. Slide belt roll in half. One half will be used for the top belt, the other for the lower. Okay. Zip tie to help get belts around the idler. Yeah, I can understand that. How to route the top belt. How to route the bottom belt. We're ready for bed assembly. And this is really weird. Like, they have you do that and you don't have a carriage on yet. It shows a carriage, but you don't have a carriage on yet. So you're going to run belts and they just have them sitting there. It kind of doesn't make sense unless you're at the very least going to install the base carriage. So I think I'm going to hold off on doing the belts at this point in time anyhow. And then the bed assembly, it has you get the bed ready, but without like the magnet or the heating element. Now let's just go ahead and get the bed built while we're here. Might as well. I got to be careful because we do have bolts here. I think that can go away. The bed system is in this box. Right? Yes. Once again, I have screws down here. That's why I'm trying to do it this way. There's our build plate and magnet. There's our Canovo heater. And then our build plate. And I'm trying to keep that cardboard there because of the the screws. Actually, I think I can get rid of the cardboard and just use these on either side to keep myself off of this. I don't want to damage my bed is basically what I'm saying. Okay, so we've got the build plate. We'll grab screws as we need them. Gently peel off the protected film on either side. So, from here, got our top to bottom. We need to go ahead and peel our material off the bed. This is a nice bed, by the way. This very nicely machined. Well, and that's the good thing, or that's the one thing, Aaron, is as the builder, we have the ability to jump around some. And I mean, I even did that as I was building my airplane. There's certain orders of operation where they actually say, like, hey, you can skip this for now and come back to it, or you can do it now. So, I mean, it just kind of depends. But so we've got our film off. The magnetic sheet and the heater pad will be installed later during the commissioning guide. Do not install them now. And that's interesting. They actually have you test out your heater before you apply it, which is interesting, and I sort of like that. But it just makes installing everything a pain in the ass afterwards because you'll have the balls and everything on here. But I'm going to try. So we've got our build plate. We flipped it upside down so no countersink bores are visible, right? These three holes have countersinks on, and they're on the underside. So we've got them right bottom facing up. So we need an M4x6 cap head screw. I want to say I thought there might only be one of these, but in 4x6 cap head, and there is only one, or at least one left. And this, I believe, is going to be the grounding point. We're going to install it from in the fourth hole. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to go right here. It'll be used later to ground the bed. And I'll probably put Loctite on this later on when we go to ground the bed, but not for right now. Next, we're going to use some M4x16 dog point set screws. Okay. Thread the set screw. On the bottom with the dog point downwards. Thread an M4 locking nut on the set screw and tighten it. The pin thread shouldn't be visible from the top of the bed. So what we're trying to do here is we want this shoulder out, but we don't want the thread out. This is going to be our build plate locator, right? And this goes in all right, I think it's just the first hole. Now, first hole on the left, first hole on the right. So the outermost holes. We have to check this from the other side, of course. Once again, we want the shoulder visible, right? But we don't want threads visible. So I think we're there on both of those. So now we're going to take a M4 lock nut. And set. There. Oop, oop, there we go. Got a pair of M4 lock nuts. Now we want to make sure that when we screw these on there that we don't inadvertently make this, I don't know how the hell we're going to do this. How the hell do you install a lock nut on the back side of a set screw without? That's weird. Basically, I'm going to have to put the lock nut on there and then back the set screw back through the lock nut until the shoulder's showing. All the while not marring up my pretty build plate. Too much, but close enough. Okay. Those two are in there now. Very interesting procedure. I mean, I know why they're doing it, but that seems weird. Okay, now we're going to do a flip the bed around. We're going to do a M525 countersink screw. I'm going to pull it down so that the bed is kind of hanging off the table here. So I can work right here. That far, but. And we're going to need M5 by 25 countersunk screws. M5 by 25 countersunk screws, the aluminum spacers, and the threaded steel ball. Okay. So we're going to use a M5 by 25 countersink screw. And here's the thing, because this is going to go through and into the ball, and I'm going to put a magnet over the top, I'm either going to have to dig into my magnet if I ever need to mess with these, or, you know, I normally will clear the magnet ahead of time, but I'm going to put a little bit of thread locker on here, drop that screw through. We're going to need 2 of these spacers and 1 steel ball. So I'm going to run 2 spacers and then a steel ball. And try and add a little ugga-dugga by hand there. We'll flip this around so that we've got the other side up here available. How's it going, Westery? So we decided not to belt our gantry just yet because in order to belt the gantry, we're going to need a carriage to actually connect the belts to. And they basically say belt the gantry without a carriage, and then go and work on your bed to get your bed ready to go. But you're not getting the bed fully installed. We're basically prepping the blank canvas bed without a heater or a magnet or anything, which once again doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I'm going to go with it because, you know, I'm going to try and follow the directions to a degree. I'm still not going to put belts on it and then do 2 or 3 other operations before I wind up being ready to actually doing something with the belts. So more spacers and 1 last steel ball. Spacers, ball. Like I said, I do find it interesting that when I read through the build manual, it does talk about basically what we're going to do is have this mounted. When we do the electronics, we'll plug the bed into the board and run tests. And then when we make sure that the heater and everything's good and testing out, then we'll take the bed plate off and install the bed heater and magnets. So I think it does the initial calibration of beacon well. Now you can rotate the screws by hand to lower the Z arms 10 to 20 millimeters, enough for the bed to be installed without hitting the gantry. Insert the bed into the V-Core 4 frame. Carefully align the steel balls with the palm nut inserts. Put the steel balls into the palm inserts on the V-Core and the arms by pushing down on the bed. So here's the thing is we can have it up, we can have it down. I'm going to basically bring all of these down a good ways so it's out of the way and not as top heavy. But I'm going to bring it right to the top of the 3rd hole, which should get me all 3 of these close because they're all based off the bottom right, or being pressed up against the bottom of the deck panel. So this should be pretty close to level if I have them all at the same spot on these the HG15. that, and it's definitely going to get it out of the way of the gantry. So I should be able to get it set down in here. And I'm pushing it into those plastic snap, I was going to say snap joints. Okay. They are basically snapping into these joints right here. And we should, with some effort, be able to pop these back out, but this is going to be a compliant mechanism that's going to allow this bed to adjust slightly from level, little by little. Okay, so that is our bed mounted. We've got our gantry up here, and the gantry is hitting the front with no back play. So we're good there. I think I'm going to keep these for the time being because I have a feeling I might have to take that bed out again later. We'll have that there. What is next on the docket for this? Boy. So this seems like a great place to stop because we'll put together the tool head on the next build session. And that might be the big thing. It's just tool head and belts. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to work on. This is our stopping point for the day. I'm sorry. Actually, I'll flip over here. So next up after the bed is the tool head. This is where we actually start building the actual V-core tool head, which will use an Orbiter 2 extruder and a Rapido 2 hot end. So the nice thing about it is, hey, it talks about all these heat set inserts. The heat set inserts are already built. So yeah, tool head, then belts, because like I said, it made no sense to do the belts and then come in and do the bed. Like no sense whatsoever. But we'll do the tool head. Once we have the tool head on here and it tells us to, hey, go ahead and install the belts, we'll stop, we'll go back, we'll route the belts and get the belts installed and then finish off the tool head. It looks like a lot, but like I said, a lot of these steps that are prepping it with heat set inserts, we don't need to do. It's already been done. Yeah, so main plate, exhaust fan, not exhaust fan, but part cooling fan, and then add belts. So once we get there, we'll go do the belts. We'll get the belts added and installed. Then, like I said, we'll have a Rapido 2 and a whatchamacallit, an Orbiter 2. And I was sitting there thinking, Orbiter 2, there's the beacon. And it uses a Big Tree Tech EBB 42 USB CAN toolboard. It does not set this up as a CAN bus. It runs this as a USB toolboard. Now, there is a part of me that wants to get, because this has an Orbiter 2, I want to put a filament sensor on it. And they got a new filament sensor for the Orbiter 2. And I want to also think about getting the orbital board and using that versus this. But then it changes stuff. Stuff that I'm probably sure that I could figure my way through. But really, I should be able to. I should still be able to plug the Orbiter 2 filament sensor into this board. It's just thinking, as long as it clears that back plate, I can use it. If not, I may have to swap out that Big Tree Tech board for the Orbital, which would change some things up a little bit, but I think we should be able to deal. That'll probably be, I'll probably get those, and that'll be a next level upgrade. Yeah, because the way this mounts on the back of the Orbiter 2, the filament runout sensor would be like right about in here. That's the part that I'm not sure, if it will line up and be blocked or not. Because the filament runout sensor would be right in this area right. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yep, good stream. We made great progress. We got the rest of the Z-axis done. We got the Y gantry in place. We got the X gantry in place. We've got both the Core XY and the hybrid motors installed and in place. So I think we're in a good place. We are in a good place. We did good. And you know what I just realized? We didn't add grease to this one. We took the other one off, but we didn't put grease on this one. So I might have to do that off stream. Pop this off, add, grease up this linear rail or this, the X carriage, and then remount this rail. And I can do that off stream. That's not very hard to do. But yeah. Cool. So with that, I'm going to have to look over here at this camera because the beast is in the way of my main camera over there and you can't see me. But thank you all so much for being here today. I appreciate you guys being here. We need to figure out a raid target for today. So let me take a look and see who is out here that we can raid into. We got Vile Mods doing a foam dart build. Maker Deck. Elvira looks like she's playing a game. Chris Perillo. Sure, I don't see him on camera. Fuzzy Game. Prince. We raid into Jerry pretty decently on Saturday streams because he's always up and running. But let's go into Vile Mods. Let's go check that out. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody that came in later in the day. I know Saturday early mornings are a little bit hard sometimes to get in and get going, but I appreciate everybody that comes in throughout the day as we're working on our RatRig. Once again, I will take some pictures of this as it stands after the progress made today and get this uploaded up to, I'll post some pictures up on Twitter, and the rest of this will get uploaded up to Twitch and YouTube later on this weekend. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll see you on Tuesday for the next build, and we are going to continue to build on this until it's built because it takes up the whole thing, and I'm not going to try and lift it up, take it down, lift it up, take it down at this point. So thanks, everyone. Have a good one. We'll see you on Tuesday. Bye now.